We have stayed locked into passively consuming content for so long that we've often forgotten what it feels like to break free of it all and rely on human connection.
Where people would generally sit and talk about the daily news with each other, they now engage with AI chatbots, asking them what the word multimedia means. And all the while, the AI tries to compliment them on things that have never happened before.
But not today, and not tomorrow either. Because ladies, gentlemen, and all people in between, welcome to the second edition of Wavelength, where the theme for this year is going beyond the feed.
Over the course of these 2 days, we have experts from all across the media field coming and sharing with us their hard-earned knowledge.
To begin, we have a beautiful tradition to honor, which is the lighting of the lamp.
May we request the keynote speaker, Mr. Syed Nazakat, the Additional Registrar and Director of Administration, Dr. Raghvendra Prabhu, the Head of Department, Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, the Convener of the Conclave, Dr. Amrita Chakravarti, Professor Kanchan Kaur, to kindly come forward and light the lamp and offer floral tributes to Dr. T.M.A. Pai. Thank you for lighting up the room with the flame of knowledge.
To formally welcome everyone to Wavelength 2026, we now invite Dr. Amrita Chakraborty to deliver the welcome address.
Respected dignitaries and my dear students, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Wavelength 2026, the second edition of the flagship media conclave of the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences under the Bengaluru campus of Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Let me first thank the dignitaries for making it a point to enrich the conclave with their august presence. Today's keynote speaker, Mr. Syed Nazakat Hussain, the founder and CEO of Data Leads. Dr. Raghvendra Prabhu, the Additional Registrar and Director Administration of MAHE Bengaluru, and Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, the Head of the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences. This year's theme is Beyond the Feed. In a hyper-digital, attention-fragmented media environment, the conclave examines what forms of media endure beyond speed, virality, and matrices, foregrounding depth, trust, cultural memory, and meaningful public engagement. The theme is relevant across media and communication domains, including brand communication, public relations and corporate communication, journalism, and cinema and OTT platforms. With a keynote address, a master class, a fireside chat, and 4 panels spanning 2 days, Wavelength 2026 dive deep into the governing dynamics of contemporary communication. The discourse during Wavelength 2026 promises to throw essential light on areas across all spectrum of media and communication. Industry professionals from across the spheres have agreed to make the event what it aspires to be, a bridge between the challenges of academia and industry. Bear with us, and I assure you that you will not be disappointed. As a convener, I, Dr. Amrita Chakrabarti, Associate Professor, DLHS MAHE Bengaluru, formally welcome you all to Wavelength 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those warm words.
We now invite the Head of Department, Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, to deliver the HOD's address.
Good morning, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students, a very warm welcome to Wavelength 2026. So let me start with a question. So when was the last time all of you checked your phones? Right now? The last 10 minutes? Yes, okay. And when was the last time you felt, I'll just check for 1 minute and you realized it was almost 20 minutes? Guilty? Yes? Okay, here we are. For all those who are honest, thanks for that. If a feed can quietly take over our time, how much of our thinking is this quietly shaping? And this is the question we start with. We live in an age where our realities, our choices, and sometimes even our convictions are shaped by endless scrolling feeds, curated, optimized, and personalized by invisible algorithms. Brands are investing heavily in shorter content, attention spans are shrinking, and virality has become holy grail. And this brings us to a real dilemma. Do we chase viral moments, or do we commit to meaningful storytelling? Do we optimize for clicks and views, or do we stand by narratives that are responsible, ethical, and lasting? Today, even the most meaningless content can go viral, while communicators investing their intellectual, creative, and ethical resources often struggle for engagement. I'm sure Mr. Saib agrees with this, right? These are two parallel worlds coexisting in the media ecosystem. The real question is not which one wins, but how we negotiate, adapt, and evolve within these tensions. As educators, practitioners, and learners of media and communication, our responsibility is not merely to consume or critique the feed, but to look beyond it. Beyond noise to nuance, beyond trends to truth, beyond metrics to meaning. This is precisely the spirit that Wavelength seeks to celebrate through conversations with some of the most insightful voices from the media and communication industry. Today, we have the privilege of having with us someone who truly embodies ethical, data-driven, and socially conscious journalism, Mr. Syed Nazagat, founder and CEO of Data Leads, and an award-winning journalist whose work has strengthened public health communication, advanced data literacy, and shaped fact-checking ecosystems across Asia. Mr. Syed's journey reminds us that journalism is not just about breaking news, it is about breaking barriers of misinformation, opacity, and superficiality. In a world overwhelmed by rapid-fire content, his work teaches us to pause, probe, and pursue truth with both humility and rigor. We are deeply honored to have him as our keynote speaker today. To our esteemed guests, Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, our panelists from the media and communication industry. Thank you for your valuable time and your expertise. Our students learn best when they see the real world reflected in your lived experiences and evolving practices. To our students and faculty, the organizing team of Wavelength, thank you for curating this conclave with imagination, rigor, and commitment. Wavelength is not just an event, as Dr. Amrita rightly said, it is a reflection of your curiosity and your desire to shape the future of media thoughtfully. As we begin today's conversation, I hope we all carry this thought with us. What lies beyond the feed, and how can we collectively shape it? Whether through responsible journalism, ethical branding, or transmedia storytelling that is creative, innovative, yet impactful, where formats may be transient, but the impact is long-lasting. With that, I'm delighted to formally inaugurate Wavelength 2026, Beyond the Feed. Thank you, and wish you all the best for the inspiring and thought-provoking two-day sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those kind words.
The Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Madhuvira Raghavan, is unable to be with us today, but he has sent us a recorded address, which we will now play.
Everybody, I want to first congratulate DLHS on the second edition of Wavelength, which is okay, good morning, everybody. I want to first congratulate DLHS on the second edition. Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, good morning, everybody. I want to first congratulate DLHS on the second edition. I want to first congratulate DLHS on the second edition of Wavelength, which is the media conclave. The theme is quite an interesting one, Beyond the Feed. I was sort of thinking about what I would say in my soundbite, but I thought something along the lines of, in a world where clicks and views are dominating, I wonder what is the actual value of a very slow and advanced storytelling. Perhaps, I guess tomorrow's conclave will look into these issues. I'm also thinking about, for example, the depth over speed. Or how do you create more trust in a very polarized world? We have a lot of stuff happening in the media now beyond just the normal realms of journalism. You think about fake information, misinformation, creating a lot of panic, chaos. And sometimes you also have external bodies and agencies who are being funded by very different sources to create instability in the country. So media has a phenomenal role to play, and this is exactly where the credibility of media is also at stake. I hope we look at how would media create a meaningful impact or in a sort of a discourse which creates a lasting sort of legacy and impact for all of us. I know that the audience are practitioners, scholars, senior journalists, and from all walks of life. And I'm hoping there'll be very deliberate and very fruitful discussions over the next couple of days. And I look forward to getting a brief from the Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences Department. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there. I will miss it because of other official engagements which will require my attendance elsewhere. But I wish everyone all the success. And I'm very sure it'll be a resoundingly well appreciated event as well, conference as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sending us that message.
We now like to invite Dr. Raghvendra Prabhu, the Additional Registrar and Director of Administration, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. So it gives me immense pleasure to be here during the inaugural function of the second edition of the Wavelength, the flagship media conclave organized by the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences, MAHE Bengaluru campus. I'm delighted to see the enthusiastic participation of the media practitioners, scholars, faculty members, and students, all gathered under one roof to engage in dialogue, debate, and reflection on contemporary media practices. Such conclaves play a vital role in bridging the gap between theory and practice classroom learning, and industry realities. The theme chosen for this year, Beyond the Feed, is both timely and thought-provoking. We live in a hyper-digital media environment defined by speed, virality, algorithms, and constant information overload. In such a scenario, attention has become fragmented, and success is often measured through metrics that are immediate but fleeting. Beyond the Feed invites us to look past momentary visibility and examine media forms and practices that emphasize depth over speed, trust over clicks, cultural memory over trends, and meaningful public engagement over mere reach. This perspective is crucial not just for journalism, but equally relevant across integrated marketing, communication, and branding, public relations and corporate communications, cinema and OTT platforms. As future media practitioners, professionals, and responsible communicators, students must be encouraged to think beyond instant gratification and short-term metrics, and instead focus on long-term value, credibility, and public responsibility. Media carries not just information, but influence. Its responsibility lies not in amplifying what is loudest, but in upholding what is truest. I'm particularly pleased that Wavelength brings together practitioners and scholars alongside students. These interactions allow young minds to learn directly from lived experiences, ethical dilemmas, successes, and failures of the media world, while also giving professionals a space to reflect on evolving academic insights and emerging perspectives. At MAHE Bengaluru campus, we strongly believe in nurturing critical thinking, interdisciplinary learning, and socially conscious leadership. Initiatives like this conclave reinforce our commitment to holistic education and to preparing students not just for careers, but for meaningful contributions to society. I'm confident that the discussions, the panels, and conversations over the course of this conclave will inspire fresh thinking, challenge assumptions, and encourage all participants to reimagine media practices that can stand the test of time. Once again, I congratulate the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences for organizing the second edition of the Wavelength, and I wish the conclave every success. Thank you so much.
Could we request you to stay a while, sir? I would now like to invite Dr. Shilpa Kalyan to please give a memento. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It is now my pleasure to introduce our chief guest who will deliver the keynote address today. Syed Nazakat is a globally recognized leader at the intersection of media, information integrity, artificial intelligence, and digital transformation. An award-winning journalist and media entrepreneur, he is the founder and CEO of Data Leads, a technology company and digital media company headquartered in India and Singapore, focused on building stronger public interest media, strengthening digital resilience, and advancing AI preparedness at scale. Under his leadership, Data Leads has partnered with leading technology companies like Google, along with media and engineering institutions, governments, civil society organizations to deliver and design large-scale initiatives on AI literacy, infodemic response, data verification, and multilingual fact-checking. Syed serves on several international boards and advisory bodies, including the New Humanitarian in Geneva, the WHO Expert Group on Ethical Considerations of Social Listening and Infodemic Management, and the Asian Network of News and Information Educators based in Hong Kong. He has advised governments, multilateral institutions, and global technology platforms on digital safety, AI governance, and information resilience. In India, he was part of the consultation committee convened by India's Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to help shape policy on AI-generated content online. It is my honor to invite Mr. Syed Nazakat to the stage to deliver his keynote address.
Hi, thank you so much. I think good morning, everyone, and what a pleasure to be here. It's after a while, really a while, I'm actually meeting students. Like, I used to love and interact and also teach at two universities, one in Manila at Ateneo de Manila and also at the Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi as well as adjunct faculty. And I always felt whenever I interact with students that, it's a good conversation to have, because I think you guys have a really different perspective of the world and things which are available today. So I think congratulations to everyone, and really what an honor to be here at this important conclave. These conversations are really important. I think we really have to make sure that we understand the time we're living in and the amazing, opportunities we are having actually, as we move forward, but also the challenges, the immediate challenges we have. And unless we do the conversation, it's very difficult to move forward, because we really will not be able to identify what are the factors we need to address and what are the things where we need to invest more resources. One of the things is maybe in the next, next 10, 15 minutes, I will try to make sure that, I share a couple of thoughts with you, and then you get a chance to reflect on, and maybe if there are any questions at the end, then we can do that way as well. So I think first thing is, there's a massive fundamental change happening globally, not in India, not in Karnataka, globally in the larger information ecosystem. A massive change happening. And the change is, dominated by a lot of different factors, but essentially, it's also creating a space for us where we have, and for the first time in the human history, we have more information than ever before. If you have your grandfathers around, if you check with them, all of them used to wait for a newspaper to know what happened yesterday in the country, elsewhere in the world. So whatever happened yesterday, they will read about it next day, they will wait for that morning paper and all of that. But if you look at then how things dramatically shaped in the last 10, 15 years, but all of this is creating a very unique situation. When you have options, actually that's not a good news. People say you have options, that's a great news. But eventually, when you have too many options, that also creates a situation which challenges your capacity to handle. And WHO during COVID-19 came up with this concept called infodemic. Too much to handle, too much information to handle, right? You can handle a couple of things, couple of WhatsApp apps, couple of groups, couple of things, but where there are millions of feeds, millions and billions of pictures and videos uploaded, and you're scrolling and scrolling and you're scrolling, your capacity to understand decreases actually. So I think that is the challenge we are having, globally in terms of journalism, and that actually creates a situation for journalism. 10 years, 15 years ago, if you look at a typical newsroom and news organization, there were editors, there were resident editors, copy editors, gatekeepers of information, and they will make sure they will check everything before anything is published, right? It will go through a series of processes before a story is edited, clean, proofreaded, goes to a copy editor, a resident editor, eventually it gets published. So there's a gatekeeping concept of how information could flow actually. And imagine today, you can do live streaming, something happens, there are bloggers, there are vloggers, there are people on the street documenting it and directly going to the feeds of millions of people. There's no gatekeeping happening, and that really creates a challenge for journalism because people do not really see the value of it, and that creates a challenge for us in terms of my fingers are fat, so I'm just trying to like. Okay, I think this is better. I need to move. Okay, no problem. I will continue. Yeah, I need a help actually. I think it's stuck or hanged. Yeah, I think some bit of technology playing in. But I think while they fix it up, I think I will cover like a couple of thoughts actually. So I think we are at a crossroad kind of thing globally speaking actually. Like we work with a lot of organizations globally in India, across Asia, and you can have this question: what is the future of journalism? What is the future of journalism education? And if I'm studying journalism, what should I really do at the end of the day? I think these are conversations happening globally because there are a lot of things happening. I remember when I was pursuing journalism, I have to beat almost 10,000 students to secure an admission in a college. There were so many applications. All the best people will go for journalism, also for the fact because we saw it. Amazing career, right? And I think it is amazing career. I think people say there's not money in journalism. I said, not really true. They said there's no fame in journalism. I said, not really true. They say you cannot stay motivated ever doing the stories again and again. Not really true, right? I think the journalism as a profession is amazing profession. Even today, going to be more interesting by tomorrow actually. But the challenge is, it needs very different skills. It needs very different competencies. Are people equipping themselves with those competencies? Are they equipping themselves with an inquiry-based mindset where they're able to observe things differently, they're able to see things differently, they're able to walk the talk kind of thing, and they're really moving out of their cushions, right? I remember as a journalist, and I started from a very small town with a children column on a weekend when I was still first year student. So that was my life starting as a journalist, writing a weekend column for students when I was a first year student. And second year and third year, and then I eventually joined the profession, started with internship, and started writing and reporting. And by the age of 34, I had already reported from more than 30 countries. Some of the best stories in the world, editors, amazing editors and all of that. And I found that no other profession would have given so much space to a young person to travel all across the world, meet amazing people, meet powerful people, meet people on the road, right? Prime ministers, but at the same time, someone who's selling vegetables on the road, go to the conflict zones, report from that. All of that. I think that really is the space with the new generation, all of you who are interested in pursuing it, you will actually see many more opportunities in the profession. If you look at it from a perspective of what's happening when it comes to technology, what's happening when it comes to AI. I remember if we have to change or do a grammar check on a story, right? I will spend 15, 20 minutes to make sure every sentence, my editor will spend the time and all on all of it. Today, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do a grammar check on your, whatever you're writing. So, lot of things which could have slowed down, which could have taken a lot of time for journalists to finish things, that could be really gained with the use of technology. So if you look at AI for that matter, it's the first ever technology in the human history which can take decisions on its own. What does it mean for us actually? What does it mean for you actually, right? For next 5 years, 2 years. Do you even imagine what's happening and the world you're living in? Are you really equipped? Like you think you're a great writer, but tomorrow maybe your writing is not needed anymore. So what is needed eventually from you? Like what is the best thing a person have and machine cannot take over, right? That's your mind, right? You created the machine. But what if your mind forgets to speak, right? Like you have seen a lot of generation here, you're very comfortable in terms of what? In terms of texting. But your communication, by large, I'm just like saying, by large, young population slowly is actually withdrawing from even one-to-one conversation. Even they're sitting next to each other, they will text, right? But not have communication. What does that mean actually? What it creates essentially is a situation where you eventually forget who you are actually. You follow reel, then another reel, half an hour, 1 day, 2 days, then you get lost, then you get confused. Then you don't know what I'm trying to do really with myself, with my education, with my journalism, with my profession eventually. So the key is when things are moving at unprecedented speed, there are two things which can play a fundamental role to help us to navigate the whole situation. Number one, that we are very clear what we are trying to do, right? We have to build that clarity, what it really matters, why journalism at the very first place matter, what happens if there's no journalism, right? If you look at that situation, then you will see that's one question. The second is your ability to observe and question things, right? The job of a journalist is not to answer questions. The job of a journalist is to raise questions and then find people who will have answer to that question. That's how journalists function in a framework. And you're seeing in a frame someone who I admire as one of the amazing innovators in modern journalism. Ginachu, he was at Wall Street Journal, at Reuters, one of the finest editors there. Then he ended up part of this global media company called Semaphore, which is just 3-year-old. And he built that company from scratch, and now he's at the Knight Center as an executive director. In 2018, that's around 6 years ago, 7 years ago, we invited him for a data boot camp to India. And he said there was no Gen AI at that time. There was no chat GPT at that time. And we had a discussion about future of journalism, what will happen. And then he put this line there, this was his talk actually, what if tomorrow a machine can write headline or a story, what will happen? That was 6 years ago. You must follow him on like he's very active on LinkedIn and all, and see how he puts question about the future of everything. Journalism, writing, storytelling, our relationship with the people and all. And also something you really have to see also, the storytelling is not something new, right? It's not something American, it's not something foreign to us, right? Storytelling, communicating to each other has been integral part of human beings. And if you look at this picture here, is a painting. Anyone guesses what is there? Like, if you just see it closely, what's happening there and all, whatever. Yeah, it's a painting essentially from India. A Bollywood filmmaker told me about it. He said, whenever you go Bhopal, you visit this place. I said, okay, I will go and have a look at this. And I actually visited this place. It's like a 2-hour drive from Bhopal. And it was amazing. It was just amazing. Because these paintings are called Bhimbetka rock paintings. They are around 10,000 year old in India, in Bhopal. Essentially someone telling a story of a war, of a love, of a farming, of a life. And you can see numerous paintings on these caves, in Bhopal. And you wonder, how were they communicating with each other? How were they telling stories? People say graphic designing today, all of that. If you look at it, they've been doing it 10,000 years ago in a very beautiful way, actually. Designing, communicating, using symbols for everything and all. So storytelling has been an integral part of our whole life. Imagine that was 10,000 years ago. But then how old are newspapers in India? Like, dates here, not too old, right? So we had, like, say, like a 17, 18. How were people receiving information? Have you ever thought about it? How were people receiving information before radio, TV, or a newspaper? What was the source of information? in Karnataka, for example. If you ask someone, look at history, what was the source of people know what was happening around them in their own town, in another village, in the city, in the country, and yeah, no idea about what was happening outside the country maybe, right? How was information communicated 300 years ago, right? Think of it, try to look at history, ask ChatGPT, how were people actually communicate, how were people receiving news before newspapers? Yeah, word of mouth, traveling, meeting people. If someone comes from a village, even just 10, 20 years ago, I still remember when someone will visit a village, they will ask him, maybe in Hindi, they will say, "Sheher ki khabar bata, gaon ki khabar bata." So that was the way we were asking questions and all. So I think that is how we have transitioned from a newspaper. And you know what you see interestingly here as well, you will see from a newspaper, look at the speed of innovation. From a newspaper to radio, it took us 147 years. 147 years, 2 generations. From a radio to TV, it took us again 32 years. And then came social media like 20 years ago and all. And suddenly now every second day you will see the phenomenal, the speed is one app, is another one platform, another platform. So things are happening really, really fast. So that means if we progressed at a particular speed, you know, when I was a reporter, say a journalist, or my seniors, they used to have fax machines, all of that, some bit of all of that and everything. Now imagine today, maybe the reporters of the future will have choppers which will drop them somewhere in a village. They will do air vehicles for that matter, right? So law, it's like another level of thinking is needed to imagine what will happen even in India in next 5 years when it comes to information pathways. So I think challenge for us is actually also to understand why are people moving away from journalism? Why is this not, you know, when I was growing up, the journalism, and I still see it was an extremely respected, powerful profession. It's still somewhere, but that was a legacy, right? So what happened in the last 10, 15 years? Why are people moving away? And are they really moving away from information? Or we presume they're moving away? They're moving away perhaps from newspapers, moving away perhaps from TV debates and TV stations, but they are moving away from news, moving away from information, right? So I think these are the questions we need to keep in mind. And what if we don't have journalism at all? What will happen? What will really happen if nobody raises a question? If nobody investigates anything? Whatever a person in power says, all of us lap it, accept it, and we don't ask any question. What will happen to a society, right? What will happen to a nation? What will happen to our own empoweredness for that matter, right? So the question is, the consequences are very critical, right? Like imagine for your career, at the end of your college or degree, you want to do something further or study further, but there's no information available at all, and accurate information at all. What will happen? What will happen if you are sick, but you don't know where to go, which doctor to visit? What is his qualification? Is he a real doctor? Is the good hospital and all? You don't have an idea about diagnostics and all, which test to take and all. You will die, right? So I think the consequences are very sharp actually for a journalism if it struggles and doesn't perform. And we are already seeing that globally for that matter. In the US, under Trump, you must have seen both New York Times and Washington Post really stood their ground last 10 years, making sure they questioned the authority. During the President Trump's first term in office, the Washington Post carried a fact check every single morning. Whatever he was saying, there will be a fact check. But you will see yesterday, the Washington Post is facing a market pressure, and they decided to shut down so many offices globally in one single night, including offices in India. So the challenge is if people do not have have information, if people do not have information, the challenge for them will be they will not really be able to effectively understand how to engage with the world, how to engage with each other. You need information to make decisions in life. And if you do not have information, you will struggle all through the life. I've seen so many people, cribbing about their life, in late 40s and 50s, saying, had I known this when I was young, I would have played differently. I had no information. I have no access to, mentors. I have no access to knowledge. I have no access to know what to do next at that time. So I think information, accurate information, on-time information is one of the biggest tools to empower us at an individual level, also at a society level. And we really need to see then actually that, okay, then what is the future of this information? Not really news and journalism, because news and journalism is a part of a larger information ecosystem. How will this change in next 5-10 years? And what do we need to make sure that we are there? So I think the challenge is, again, the power of imagination. I used to have a professor, so he used to say, the power of irrational thinking. He was not saying rational thinking, he was saying irrational thinking, because you need to think irrationally about the future, out of the box about the future, right? New ideas, new frameworks, which will dramatically change things, right? It's not about going back to the journalism or starting black and white newspapers or a black and white TV station, or that was the best phase of journalism, let's go back to the time. No, it's about building a new future, right? With the principles which are fundamental of the journal. How will you do really that actually? You need to think, you need to dream, right? You need to have a huge passion. You need to have an extraordinary courage, right? If you do not have courage, you will do nothing in life, absolutely nothing. Like imagine a person, a reporter, writing against the chief minister, a police officer, or a prime minister and feeling proud about it. It needs a lot of courage, right? Decisions, moving forward, everything needs a courage. Waking up needs a courage in the morning, right? So you need a lot of courage for reimagining things actually, right? And rebuilding from there actually, eventually. And challenge for us will be also two things actually. And these are very fundamental challenges at every stage of life. When you start analyzing any situation, say for example, why there's people losing interest in journalism, what's happening and all whatever, you look at two fundamental factors. One factor is your own competency and things which are under your control. Another factor is things which are not under your control. And one of the mistakes we often end up doing is we really do not differentiate them. And we start going into a self-doubt saying, oh, I don't have it, that's why I'm not able to make it. But the problem is not really you, problem is the world outside has dramatically changed. It needs a different skill set. It's nothing to do with you actually, it's just the world outside. You didn't create Google, you didn't create ChatGPT, but now the ChatGPT and the Google has created a rule book what journalism really means, right? All of you know the SEOs, all of you know the core web vitals are not designed by a newspaper in Bangalore. He used to get ads every single day from a market. Now he gets those ads via Google platform, and Google has played kind of they have set up the game actually for him. And he doesn't understand that game. Like we were doing a project where we were mentoring 136 Indian media companies. All of them were struggling with the revenue, digital revenue. And they were saying every year, every month, every 6 months, they will sack their marketing head, sales head. Oh, he's not good, he's not bringing money, let's sack him, let's sack that. They were not really understanding. There was no problem with the people. The problem was with the website. The website core web vital score was so low, despite so many people visiting it, it was not hitting the parameters to gain ads, digital ads on board. And so that was the challenge. So you really have to see what are the external factors which will influence journalism and what we can do about it. And reimagining journalism again as a service, eventually public service, right? That's what journalism essentially is, right? It's an industry, it's a sector, but a sector in a sense serving people. Not really in a way like looking at the future again, not in a way where you are unable to innovate also in servicing. Like, how do you keep moving and innovating while you are in a profession? We have a book written by a former advisor to the Prime Minister called Oren Mara. He wrote a book, How to Fix an Aeroplane While Flying. And you must really read that. It's one of the best books on systematic thinking. How do you fix things while they are still in the motion? So journalism is in a motion, it's happening, you have to print. But how do you build a future of journalism, create new platform, new engagement, which will engage audiences while you're still in that profession? So I think that's what we're really looking at, like meeting people where they are actually, right? Journalism is not newspaper, it's not TV station, right? If I love newspaper, and if people are moving away from newspaper, I'm saying journalism is dying. No, it's the newspaper is dying. The platform is dying. The news is not dying, it's moving somewhere else. So we also need to pay attention to that and really appreciate that, it's like a journalism also cannot just survive on ideas. It needs money. So how many journalists really try to understand the business of journalism? How does journalism make money? Some of you, if you really are thinking of future of, in career in journalism and all, some of you should advance into business side of it, right? As the VP, vice president, CEOs, managers at different levels, looking at the business of journalism. Somebody you should take a pledge that, oh yeah, I'm an amazing writer, but I want to study also the business of journalism. How to make money in journalism? It's not like nobody makes money out of journalism, right? You must have seen Times of India still makes tons of money out of journalism, right? India Today makes tons of money out of journalism. And so many other organizations globally, they make huge money, billions of dollars every year. How do they make money? Read the balance sheets. Just for as a student exercise, when you get an assignment next time, you should not do a story as an assignment. You should do a balance sheet of in world's biggest successful media company and understand how are they successful. Look at their balance sheet, it's publicly available. How do they make money? What sells? Which stories sell? So that will help you understand how journalism can change. We did a couple of experiments at Data Lease, maybe in 1 or 2 minutes, looking at the future also very differently. As I was saying, the job of journalists is not to answer questions. The job is to raise questions and then find people who will have an answer. So what we did when we wrote about science, health, and all of that, and we realized that it's not a job of journalists to say what can cure a particular disease or whatever. So what we did essentially, we collaborated with a team of scientists and doctors for a public health reporting coverage. Starting from a small workshop. Actually, that workshop was also held in Bangalore. And I remember it was at the Rajiv Gandhi Health University here, and Kiran Mozumdar Shah came one of the students to that workshop, which we did in 2016 here. And the aim was to bring scientists, doctors together, how to write about health so that audiences are engaged. And that eventually became a platform called First Check, which is our health information platform, where essentially we fact check with the help of doctors. And you can see these doctors all across the world, part of it. And just before the COVID, 6 months before the COVID, we brought 100 scientists, clinicians, and doctors to Singapore to discuss health misinformation. And all of these doctors before COVID are telling us, we love to come to Singapore, it's a great event, but what are we supposed to do in this health misinformation space? We don't understand this space. And then 6 months after, COVID hit the world. And it hit, and these doctors are calling back how visionary your team was that they think of this problem before the world got hit by it. And I remember WHO team in Geneva saw our social media somewhere that we did this gathering 6 months before. They approached us saying, because you guys are ahead of time and you guys thought about a problem which was not existed in WHO, can we work with us and help us to protect people from vaccine misinformation? WHO Geneva team looking at a social media post about this event. And we ended up actually working with WHO for a complete 1 year and developing courses for them, developing social listening capacities and everything. So this also gives you a sense How do you build partnerships, collaborations with different people who are not really journalists? What about collaborating with lawyers? One of the most successful law news platform today is not Times of India, is not Hindu, is not Deccan Chronicle. It's a simple website called Live Law. And look at their coverage. Look at their coverage. Every small thing in the Supreme High Court is so beautifully and so accurately covered. And look at their engagement in the last couple of years. Somebody did that earlier, and Reuters saw that. I still remember, it was a team of 4 lawyers in Delhi, in a Lajpat Nagar area. They started covering law as a website, and Reuters saw them as a competitors. And Reuters went, they paid the money and procured that law firm. They were starting a law news. So think of things which could be possible. You must have seen India's election. Last election was huge, big election, and the challenge for us was, how do we protect voters from misinformation? So what we did under the project, you can read about it later, we brought almost 100 plus newspapers who in their history have never collaborated with each other. Like Hindu collaborating with Times of India, Times of India collaborating with Jagran, Jagran collaborating with Hindustan Times. 100 newsrooms across the country, including from Karnataka, under this single project. So what happened because of that? If we did a one fact check story, and if I publish it on my website, I will have, say, 100,000 hits, 1 lakh hits, whatever, so number. But when I have a one fact check story, I give it to 100 newspapers, what will happen? The story was reaching almost 400 million people every single day because of this collaboration. So you can see this map to understand how was it built beautifully. And this is a remarkable project to understand how to build collaborations in the future. Well, technologists, scientists, journalists, editors can come together. And regional publications, you can see some of them will be, you can see Deccan Herald here as well, Malayalam Manorama, and also how fact checkers and newsrooms work together under this project. So amazing. And if we look at how it happened, we fact checked something here that was a master repository, data journalists were part of it, then publishers, the material was given to publishers, and then millions of people benefited from this collaboration without actually spending any single extra money. Final 2 slides. What will change in journalism in next 10 years? Lot of things, and we don't know how. What will change? Lot of things for sure. So I was trying to think about it, like, okay, news products, teams will become mainstream across newsroom. They call it product, not a news anymore. AI will be everywhere, but invisible. We will not even feel it that this is AI now anymore, right? News apps and chatbots will be huge. They're already big globally. Accuracy and speed remains key. Business models will dive. All of these things, AI anchors will come, for example. You can add so many things into this, right? And this is the future, right? All of you, when you look at the future, next 10 years, a lot of things can go here, right? A lot of things. But another key question then, and I will stop on that, what will not change in the next 10 years, right? So that's also a very fundamental question, actually. And if you have a clarity about that question, you will stay strong, actually. You will have an amazing future. Because what happens, if things are changing, constantly changing, you're not getting time to balance yourself in life. Imagine relationships, everything's, so a lot of things happening. And you feel like, what I'm doing here? One day I'm here, another day. So you don't get a time to balance yourself. So to balance yourself, you really have to have a little bit clear idea, which is the path I want to take eventually in my career. I'm doing my graduation, I go for master's, or do I really need master's, to be honest? Or do I need a PhD? If yes, well, this is the path I will take, and this is my career path. So you need to make a roadmap for yourself for next couple of years. Very clear roadmap, which will help you. Like, I will tell you about it happened with a lot of journalists. Like, I started as a children columnist. That was my first job. I ended after like 25 years. I remained journalist. In my whole life, I have never ever applied for any job outside journalism. outside, writing, reporting, all of that. Never ever MBBS, never ever IIT. They were amazing fields, but I never got excited about those fields. I was like, journalism is the best. It is the best profession in the world. It allows you to travel. You will never ever reach places where journalism allows you to reach, actually. You meet one day Prime Minister, another day the President, third day you go to a village, meet a shopkeeper there, be free, understand, learn, absorb, all of that actually, right? So you need to have a clarity about what will not change and why that is a great news for journalism and for some of you who pursue journalism eventually. So what will not actually change is the human being's tendency to know what's happening around them. We will always need information, no matter what happens. We will always need news. It's a secondary question whether that news will come from newspaper, TV station, app, whatever, AI anchor. That is a delivery part of it, a dissemination part of it. But the great news about journalism and the future of journalism is we will always require news and information. So I will stop here. Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to be here. And I wish you all the best, for your careers, and really thankful to the, university here for inviting, and what an honor. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I can take that. Yes, I can go here.
Obviously the popular belief is that journalism is the fourth pillar of democracy. It's required, it's but in your work so far, in your storied history, how true have you found? How true have you found the propaganda model to be? Do you believe it's a little bit too paranoid? Maybe is it a little bit closer to reality?
No, it's like I think like the key is, to be honest, there are forces and counter forces, right, in every space. So there's if you look at Hitler, for example, for that matter, like what he was trying to do was, he was a short person, but he will always make sure whenever somebody takes his picture, he appears tall. All his pictures, you will see he's tall actually, but he was actually 5 feet something and all. So that's a propaganda model he built around his image and all everything. But I think our challenge really is not really like somebody is not believing in journalism, somebody is not really investing in journalism. I think our challenge is, to be honest, within industry. It's not more external, to be honest, for that matter. I think we have been very slow in terms of innovation. We have been, if you look at banking, if you look at travel, and if you compare that with journalism, there's been no innovation in journalism till last 10 years, actually. Hindu was publishing black and white till a couple of years ago, actually. They took 150 years from black and white to colored, and leave aside any innovation beyond that. So I think our challenge remains, as an industry, how do we really be agile? How do we really innovate? And how do we keep imagining and reimagining things? Because if we are not imagining the future, like what will happen in next 5 years, are we ready for that future? What does that future really mean for us? And the capacity to have this long-term vision beyond your immediate platform, I think that's where the problem is. That's where the leadership challenge is actually eventually coming. So yeah, I think the propaganda model has its space in the communication theory. It's a genuine model. You need a propaganda as well as a part of any information ecosystem for different reasons. But I don't think in per se with journalism, I think our challenge is slightly different than actually the framing of propaganda model.
Hi, sir. So like my question is, let's say there's someone like really new to journalism and like he's just starting out and they have like no connection and they're not from like a privileged background. Like what is the probability like they can like, become successful, and like how they can like go about it, like to become like something in this?
So you mean to say they don't have education in journalism,
Yes,
but they want to be journalists?
yes.
Yeah, one of the finest editor in the country, the editor of Indian Express, is an IIT graduate. He has never been to a journalism college, Raj Kamal Jha. So a lot of people actually, that's one of the things is also with journalism, that's amazing as well. Though the degree really makes you sound, believe me, the degree really helps you in the long term. It feels like sometimes everybody can become journalist, you don't need to study it, but I think if you look at long term, the journalism degree really fundamentally empowers you to build a framework for the future. I remember I was a science graduate and I started writing, I started actually journalism, but then I immediately realized that no, I need to a little bit more grounding in this subject. I took masters then in journalism. So I think one advantage with journalism is it allows now actually more than ever before, almost in every newsroom now actually, you will see coders, you will see engineers, you will see different people working with journalists because technology is there. Like imagine if you are building a dashboard, if you're building something else, you just don't need storytellers, you also need other people. So in our organization as well, when people work, so we have people who are in public policy for that matter. And they contribute more to journalism actually than just the reporters or editors today. So I think journalism has been very good in embracing people from different streams as well. If you look at New York Times now, they have a full team of AI scientists actually working with the journalists. I was mentioning Gunacho, he was actually one of the game changers of the writers. He brought data scientists to journalism much before it became a buzzword. So I think journalism is amazing in embracing people from different, what you really need, if you ask me other way around, what you really need to be a good storyteller, good journalist is actually, you need to have a high degree of curiosity. Like if you're watching something, observing something, you need to have an imagination for it. See, I can tell you this short anecdote. People always say, how is Times of India so successful all the time? They live in the same market. Why are they making so much money, successful, their newspapers, TV stations, why are they so successful? So Jag Surya was an amazing cartoonist. I don't know whether you ever saw his cartoon on the Times of India. He was an amazing, amazing cartoonist. He wrote a book after his retirement from Times of India, and he shared one anecdote. He said an anecdote was the owner of Times of India, the Giant brothers, the elder one, I'm forgetting the name, Samir. And when he comes to the office, so there's a big editorial meeting happening, everybody is discussing, editorial meetings in newsroom are very important meetings because you decide what billion people, 500,000 people, my readers tomorrow will read on the front page out of thousands of things happening in the country. It's a big decision to decide what should go on the cover, which picture, which headline. So all of this is happening in the newsroom, editors are sitting, top editors sit and everything. And he's suddenly coming them, and they're discussing Prime Minister, Defense Minister, budget, foreign affairs, war in Afghanistan, all of that. And he quickly turns to them and tells them, are you writing about this new T-shirt which is coming into the market? And they will say, new T-shirt. We are discussing global affairs, this, and he says, this new movie, this new car, and they were always amazed. They never had idea how come he's so updated on new things in the market. And eventually they figured out that when he lives in Chanakyapuri, which is a diplomatic enclave in Delhi, and the Times of India office is in what they call it? It's a Bahadur Shah Zafar Road actually, which is a ITO. It's ITO. And so it's a distance of 8 kilometers, and he has a driver, he sits on a back seat and keeps head actually on the window. So when he crosses, from his place, he looks at all the hoardings actually. What is new in the market? New, because hoardings will be there. Then he crosses what we call Cannot Place in Delhi. So all the big things which are coming to the market, Bollywood heroes, movies, shirts, jeans, everything, it's there. It's somebody's putting. And when he says something is new in the market, he makes sure the Times of India captures that buzz of the city. So people feel it's related to them. That's why if you see Times of India, sometimes it looks awkward, but they will have very weird stories on page 3 and other things, but they're just trying to capture an audience. So the curiosity is key, observation is the key. One of the toughest things in the journalism is actually not money also. One of the toughest things if you practice journalism is having story ideas every single day. Every single day for 30 years, you will do amazing story today, everybody will celebrate it today, editor can treat you for a lunch, Next morning, he will ask you, what is the story today? And this question will stay with you for 30 years. So how do you come up with ideas every single day? Like I see young kids struggling, they struggle with ideas. I said, what's wrong, man? Why are they not able to get ideas? And there's a practice, there's a class. How do you generate ideas? You can take classes on that. How do you generate ideas? So I think coming back to your question, journalism is great in embracing different professions, but you need to have curiosity as a fundamental skill. That will help you to figure out, okay, what stories to tell, how to go about stories.
Hello, sir. I had one more question. So this is at least something that I have seen as a student of journalism, and I see this growing apathy towards the field because of the information overload we already have, and like everybody's like, okay, there's nothing new about it. They'll just go out, they'll sensationalize everything, but that's actually not the case. So like, have you ever witnessed this apathy among young people or even your colleagues? And how do we deal with this? Because that sometimes also gets to you, that makes you question that, like, is this really the right thing, or like, is it too saturated? So like, how do you deal with that?
No, I think that's a good question. No, you feel it, people are moving away from platforms, different platforms. In the last 1 year, more than 50 TV channels returned their license to the government. They said, we don't feel it feasible, and they returned the license, the highest number ever actually, which they did. So, but again, I will come back to that question. It's not really about people are moving away from information. The problem is today that there are, YouTubers, there are bloggers, vloggers, everyone. Whatever is happening is live anyway, and they're receiving that information firsthand. So I think that how do you make sure the practice of journalism is adding value to that storytelling actually? So that's where the game is actually eventually. It's not just about giving news, because that they are receiving anyway very quickly. There's a fight on the road, somebody will put it live stream and people can watch it directly. I think that's why if you look at in journalism as well, there's a lot of innovation happening. I can give you an example of one story we did on, it was a game-based story. So read the story, if you want to read the story, it was a story about human trafficking from Sri Lanka to Thailand. It was a story about the job scams, people falling for job scams and all. They see an ad saying there's a great job in Bangkok, in Cambodia, Myanmar. They apply, and when they land there, they figure out there was no job, it was a scam. And they're forced to work in these call centers, which are essentially indulging in the scams globally and all. It's a big business. And a lot of people, thousands of Indians have been caught in those job fraud markets and all. So now to tell this story, traditionally, I would have written a story about it. A reporter would have written a story about it, done a documentary about it, and visited a field to do the story and all. No, but we had this amazing reporter from Sri Lanka. She said, no, let's do a game-based approach to the story. I will create a game where you will enter either as a police officer, immigration officer, or a victim, or a culprit. And each step will take you to the next step. You can read it, you can have a link on it. It's on Asian Dispatch website, and you will see how amazing it is. The moment you enter, you feel pushed to read next, what will happen next, till you finish the whole story. Maybe otherwise it would have been a very boring human rights story, but with a game-based approach, the whole engagement changed. So we need to really think of how to really innovate the whole profession in terms of storytelling. Yes, I think, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Pleasure meeting you all again. Thank you so much. And have a great, amazing conclave for next 2 days.
We would now like to call upon Kanchan to deliver the vote of thanks. Oh, the memento. Right. I'm so sorry. We would now like to call on Raghavendra Prabhu to deliver the memento. I would like to call on Professor Kanchan Kaur to deliver the vote of thanks.
Morning, everybody. After that thought-provoking and sometimes scary talk by Syed, I'm sure all we want is a break, take a deep breath, and let it all sink in. Well begin really is half done, but it would be completely amiss to go and have that break without first thanking the people who actually have helped us make this good start. Thank you, Syed, for that direction to make us think about where we are all headed. We live in very interesting times, and according to the Chinese, that's a curse. And all the cacophony that surrounds us makes us flounder in the dark sometimes. But like you mentioned, the key is to keep our head, stay rooted, and curious, right? So thank you so much for that, and I'm sure a lot of our students are going to be inspired in doing good journalism thanks to your words. The Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhuvendra Raghavan, has always been generous with his time and insights. His perceptive comments have provided us food for thought, and we must thank him for recording this message for us with his observations. Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, the Additional Registrar and Director of Administration, is really a great rock. He's a great well-wisher. His support is always enthusiastic and unwavering. Thank you so much for being there all the time for us. None of this would have been possible without the mentorship and guidance of our head of department, Dr. Shilpa Kalyan. She sat through meandering meetings, she heard us out patiently, and gave us some really sage advice that put us on the right track. Thank you for everything. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude. I know this is beginning to sound like an Oscar award speech, but I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the person who's been steering it all from behind the scenes, Dr. Sunan Bhattacharya. I knew it. So the connections, the brainstorming, and sometimes the not so gentle push, he really is the wind beneath our wings. Dr. Amrita Chakrabarti has really been an amazing organizer. She's held every little string together to ensure that we've arrived here safely. Thank you, Amrita. All the faculty and the staff in the media department have put their hearts and souls to make this happen. They've been persistent, patient, and they worked through every little slip and knot. Thanks very much for being here. Thanks to all the faculty, the students, and the staff of MAHE Bengaluru for turning up today. Different schools of MAHE, TAPMI, Shrishti, MIT, MIRM, MLS, Department of Commerce, have all registered to arrive here and to participate with us and to support us. We're very grateful to you. Thanks to the MAHE Bengaluru team, General Services, for the tremendous amount of coordination, the IT support for working with us constantly, the marketing team and the admissions team for agreeing to every small request that we made. A special thank you to the organizing team of students for their impeccable planning, seamless execution. It's a perfect start to what I'm sure will be an outstanding conclave, fostering collaboration, innovation, and new ideas. I look forward to the rest of the day and tomorrow, and I'm sure we can continue to share knowledge and learn and contribute to the media industry's growth. Thank you very much.
We would now break for tea. Please be back in 15 minutes, and for our guests, your respective Spocks will guide you to where the tea is. Everyone, please settle down. Make sure your phones are still on silent because we're about to start shortly. Welcome back. Moving on, we are going into the first panel of Wavelength. As times change, so do trends. As times change, so do people. As times change and change, so do the hearts and minds of people. And as times change, so does the world. But it is the valued skill of those who are able to recognize that change and adapt. In this panel, the discussion will cover changes that have taken place to adapt to the new age, how branding and companies need to change with new trends, how culture, creativity, and commerce work together in order to build an audience. I would like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Divya Darshini K. The Assistant Director of Admissions in MAHE. She has 16 years of experience with her in both marketing, branding, and student engagement. She has also worked for brands like Ducati, FC Inter, and has done many brand campaigns and has even worked with the Deccan Herald. It is my pleasure to invite you onto the stage to introduce the panels, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me well? May I please request the panelists to join me on the stage, please? Harsha, if you can join me, and Devdatta and Prashant as well, please. Good morning again. Welcome to the panel discussion on culture, creativity, and commerce, branding in contemporary India. I'm Divya Darshini. I'll be moderating this session today. So in today's session, we want to move away from jargons and theories and instead talk about how branding actually works in India, the tensions, the trade-offs, and the decisions that shape brands on the ground. This will be a conversational discussion, real-life examples, India-specific examples to say. And since most of you are media and communication students, we would like to keep it practical and accessible. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panelists to you all. We have Harsha Dandapani. Harsha is an advertising and media professional with 3 decades of experience, of which the last 25 have been in the digital space. He's the founder of Adverb Inc., a Bangalore-based digital media agency where he focuses on brand building through digital advertising and communication and innovation through ad tech. Over his career, Harsha has worked across multiple facets of media planning and creative communication, bringing together brand understanding and business impact for clients in diverse sectors. His depth of experience spans understanding consumer behavior on digital, shaping brand narratives, and helping organizations build meaningful engagement in competitive markets. Welcome to the panel, Harsha. Next up, we have Ms. Devdatta Bajpai. Ms. Bajpai, I'm sure many of you already met her and know her. Ms. Bajpai is an award-winning creative leader with over a decade of experience bringing ideas to life for some of India's biggest brands. She has worked on campaigns for Intel, Titan Watches, Zoya Jewels, Britannia Good Day, TVS Jupiter and Ryder, Ashirwad Atta and Spices, Hayward Beer, and ExxonMobil, among others. Her journey spans top agencies and roles where she has shaped storytelling that's both culturally relevant and creatively bold. Devdatta is the group creative director at the Monks and brings a grounded perspective on how culture and creativity connect in Indian branding. A warm welcome to you, Devdatta. We have Mr. Prashant Koili with us today, or PK. PK is a digital-first brand builder who has shaped growth strategies for iconic brands like Netflix, LinkedIn, Diageo, and Apple India, among others. An engineer turned marketeer, he brings a rare balance of creative thinking and analytical rigor to brand building. As a certified design thinker, Prashant approaches marketing with people at the center, focusing on context, experience, and execution. He's deeply passionate about building modern marketing solutions that go beyond traditional media, blending data, technology, and storytelling to create meaningful brand experience. A huge round of applause for our panelists, please. So without further ado, let's get started. And I also wanted to add that towards the end of this discussion, we will throw the stage open for about 15 minutes of Q&A with you all. So please keep your questions ready. So let's get started. And I would like to begin with you, Devdatta. So you have built a lot of creative works in India. And I would like to know, how does a creative idea stay culturally rooted without becoming predictable or safe?
Hi. So first and foremost, I would like to say that, see, for any kind of advertising, it is always rooted in culture because we always start with an insight. So I don't think there can be any ad, or rather a proper ad, which is not rooted in culture, but where we are actually not being able to get our game right sometimes is probably when we are just representing decorative culture. Like, in the sense, we want to do a festive ad. We are just showcasing that everybody in a house probably running around, getting decked up, saying hi, hello to each other. That's very plastic, right? But if we are actually showcasing a kind of change or a contradiction, a tension that is there in culture, then that actually showcases what is the real picture. So probably, definitely there have been a lot of examples like that. Brands have taken backlash for that. Ekad Pump for Tanishq is the most well-known one. That campaign took a lot of backlash. But to be very honest, actually Tanishq was with me at that point of time. And if you ask me, all the people who were watching that, friends, family, across the nation, they always say that do not pull down that ad. But it was only that political parties were harassing the stores. They went with weapons to the stores and they said, we will shut this down. So I think right now, audiences are also very well prepared to hear what is the real picture, right? Even for Ariel, which is Share the Load. When it's quite a few years old, that campaign. And definitely when it was the first time to say something of that sort, while some other brands were also trying to talk about how women should be represented or how women's ideologies or new contradictions should be represented. But the fact that at home load should be shared, the line itself was Ariel first, right? And it was very well appreciated. So on one hand, you have Ekatvam, on the other hand, you have Share the Load, which took a departure from like the usual, epitomizing women for being sacrifice goddesses and like taking the entire load on her own. From there, they said, share the load. So I think we are rooted, but we need to talk about the contradictions and the tensions in the culture a little more. that's where we will be remembered better.
True. But don't you think, aerial example, they played a little safe? It's not about tradition, it's not about religion, right? It's about.
For Ariel, no, it's not about religion, but it was about how woman should not be the only one bearing the load. Right. So until then, it was always about a woman doing the chores on her own. So that was the departure that it took. That it took a little bit of a safe, bold, but
Exactly,
yet
yes.
bold,
Yeah.
yet it was a calculated risk.
Mm.
That's what I would like to say. That yes, they studied that in the market it's okay to take that stance. And in fact, even product-wise, they already had a package which had 2 packs together, like a saver pack. So what they did, 1 pink pack, 1 blue pack, just change the packaging and you can still make a statement. So brand did not have to have huge investment into, like, they didn't have to do a new technology to like create campaign. They just had to change the packaging a little, and anyways they would have done a film. They did a beautiful film and it was a beautiful message.
Absolutely, great point. Thank you, Devdatta.
Thank you.
Building on to that, my next question would be to Harsha. This is from a founder's lens, right? So entrepreneurship in advertising today looks way different from, the agency world of the past. Okay, so from your experience, what really pushes someone to start and sustain as well a venture in advertising and communication in today's India?
I mean, it's an interesting question because, most of us, from my vintage, and I guess even today, the large advertising network agencies were the most alluring, right? You looked up to the Ogilvies and the Leo Burnett's and the Greys of the world. But I think over the last 10, 15 years, digital coming into its own has, firstly, 15 years ago, digital used to be, used to call it new media. Now, there are millions of people who are not doing radio, TV, print, outdoor. It's almost certain that every one of them is doing digital in not just some form or the other, but possibly all the popular forms. So I think, one, it is an opportunity for, folks who want to be in advertising and marketing, the entry barrier is much less. You don't need, an office in a tech park, firstly. Second, overall, the medium has become younger. The advertising space has become younger. So entrepreneurship fundamentally, in my opinion, I would have started probably late by most standards, but it's possible for people with opinions and perspectives and the skill to bring that out, to be able to do it now, as long as they realize that advertising and marketing is not art for art's sake, but you are plying a trade for someone else, someone else's product, someone else's brand. And if you think you qualify for that, I know all colleges do it for, in their cultural competitions, I don't know what they call it anymore, but ads related. You're supposed to make a pitch for something, but if you believe that that's your calling, then I think entrepreneurship is a great way to go, joining a smaller firm, starting a firm, and of course, hopefully, selling it off to a larger firm at some point.
Beautiful insight. You guys might want to take down, these points that Harsha just said. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Harsha. And moving on to that, my next question is to you, PK. From a digital lens, right? You have seen digital branding evolve at scale in India. So do you think brands are using digital well to build connection with audience?
Yeah, it's a very loaded question and I only wrote it. So I know it's a loaded question.
I have a follow-up question as well to you on that.
Cool. So I think, first of all, 2010, 9-10 is when I started my journey in digital. It's been, 15 years now, 16 years. I think if you asked the same question back then, the answer would have been much simpler. The reason is because in the last 15 years, I think the brand landscape in India has completely changed. 15 years earlier, people who used to market and advertise at scale were the legacy company, the technology companies were just coming up. India was seeing a lot of influx of international brands. Netflix, LinkedIn, Facebook, all of these guys were coming in at that time. Today, I think in the last 10 years, the brands, probably all of you guys really resonate with and relate to are none of the brands that I worked in 2009. Right? So a lot of digital first or digital native brands have grown in the country in the last 10, 12 years. Whether you take the likes of Zomato, the likes of Zerodha, across categories, right? And D2C players and stuff like that. So when you think about that question, I think it's important to think which category of brands are you talking about? And you can broadly break them in, let's say, two buckets. One is the legacy brands who have a very strong muscle of traditional marketing and advertising. And they are trying to kind of reinvent themselves in almost a way to kind of resonate with younger people who spend way more time, scrolling social media and commerce websites than actually watching a television or opening a newspaper. And then there are, the second bucket is the digital first brands who've grown up in this age. And my answer to that question hence is the second category, by the nature of the fact that they've grown up, is doing far better. They understand the mediums far better. You've seen these brands kind of being able to build that connection with millennials, Gen Zs, etc. Across platforms. Whether you look at their digital owned assets, which is their apps, their websites, or you look at their presence on social media, or on content platforms like YouTube, they do a fantastic job, right? The brands which are struggling, I don't know if struggling is the right word, but brands which are still trying to figure it out, and I think they're just moving slower than they should, are the legacy brands. So if a binary answer to that question would be the first bucket is not doing well at all. They're still, and I think the problem is not that they don't know what to do. I think the problem is instead, everybody knows today what to do. You can go to ChatGPT and ask, make me a digital, communication strategy, and it'll throw something at you. Everybody knows what to do. What people haven't figured out is the how to do muscle on digital is very different than what was on traditional. A very simple example, in the traditional world, you could have one brand message which could run for 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. Share the Load is a classic example. I think the platform is still alive, right? They still market on that platform. It could run for years and years together, and you could just plaster that same message with varying tonalities, varying contexts across different mediums. That's not true today. Digital doesn't function like that. So the biggest challenge these guys face is that how do I take that one message and then they go into this cycle of let me adapt that message to different platforms, which is a disaster. So I think that's how to deploy or how to even think about marketing fundamentally on digital is very different from how you used to think about marketing and advertising 10, 15 years back. And that's the bridge that these legacy companies have not been able to kind of overcome. Most of them, I think some of them are doing really well. In fact, one of my favorite cases and a big award winner, Cannes Titanium last year, was this campaign by Vaseline, unimaginable, called Vaseline Verified. You guys should check it out. Yes. It was a fantastic campaign which really leaned into digital, which was creator first, which was, people first campaign. And if you look at Vaseline's advertising over the years where they've been talking about, soft skin and whatever, there was nothing like that in that campaign. That campaign was all about how are weird ways in which people use Vaseline. And that was not, I hear this a lot from legacy marketers that, hey, but, in a need to go viral or in a need to kind of become more popular, you lose your brand. I think Vaseline is a great example. They didn't lose anything in that. In fact, they were celebrated on the biggest stage of creativity and their business saw a jump.
And people are still talking
People
about
are still talking about it. So I think that's fundamentally how the digital landscape is right now.
Right. So do you think that, digital and the data made the creatives smarter these days?
I think it's about, there are two vectors on which I see creative work now. There is the relevance-driven creative work, right, which are need-based categories, which have to really tell you why you should use my product. And then there is the entertainment / world building kind of work, which is done by impulse and desire oriented categories, like, your colas and your chips and your sneakers and fashion. These are more desire building categories. Here, I think the work of digital is to kind of be able to help you entertain and build that world in which audience draws in. And on the first side, it is more about how do you build relevance, categories like health, education, finance. For them, the use of digital is very different.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think those are sort of broad trends that are happening.
True. Thank you, PK, for that. My next questions to you, Devdatta. This is, one of my favorite topics. Okay, it's about storytelling. So, what kind of storytelling do you think Indian brands should do more of, but often avoid?
Indian brands should really stop playing safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's the first thing. Any storytelling, like actually I recently saw, yesterday I saw Fevicol ad. And I think like Fevicol doesn't go for what is the hook. How will you hook people for the first 3 seconds? What is the KPI? What is the reach? They don't bother about anything. This ad just starts off like a little guy walking into the scene with a bucket of water, तुलसी का एक पेड़ रखा हुआ है, and जाके पूछता है इसमें किसी ने पानी डाला है क्या? And like everybody's मैंने नहीं डाला, उससे पूछो. वो बोलता है मैंने नहीं डाला, उससे पूछो. And then like the entire family is right now around the tulsi ka पौधा, and they are saying that like कौन किसने डाला है क्या? He just says कि okay, I'll just do it. And they stand for the bond of the family, and that is also, it's a strong bond, it's a strong bond. I don't think like that's fantastic storytelling that I have just recently seen. I also saw, I think, an Cadbury ad against where a female voiceover, like a little girl talking about AI knows nothing because AI doesn't feel. That was the bottom line. So I still think like there's a lot of good storytelling going on, but whenever we are like within the shackles of there has to be a hook, you have to keep calm and make the logo bigger and then put 5 features of the product, and that also has to go with the visual, which is actually showcasing an emotional connect. So this is a total khichdi.
Yes, and
So
yes, it should not look crowded.
yeah, so I don't see storytelling happening there. There are a lot of good examples of storytelling going around right now. We should learn from them and take a little bit of calculated risk.
Absolutely. So Devdatta will have to step out now. She has prior commitment. And I would like to thank you, Devdatta, for this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. It's always lovely to come down here.
Examples that you have brought to the stage. They're wonderful having you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would now like to call Dr. Shilpa Kalyan to present a memento to ma'am.
Moving on, my next question is to you, Harsha. The old school approach to advertising, is it still relevant today, or has it simply evolved? And how do you clearly differentiate between content and advertising in this new landscape?
So I think, I grew up in a time when they were, if you had to buy a car, or if my father had to buy a car, there were fundamentally 2 options available. One was kind of curved and one had like sharper corners. And I don't think there was, the aspect of choice which is now descended upon us, in combination with the volley of spaces and messages that we are assailed with every day. I think the big difference has been that the old school really was not hindered by choice and options in terms of devices, right? We also had a larger space to operate in, which is either outdoor or print, or TV, which was, of course, cinematic, right? There's a cinematic appeal that you have to a TV commercial or to a front page ad even today. But I mean, if I could get a show of hands on how many of you all have and watch cable TV at home? And how many of you all use Facebook? You use it every day? So I think the device you're spending, there was a time when the old school approach was, could I get people to spend time on the medium? Because that's where the advertising was. And, newspaper, I would be surprised if anybody subscribed to a newspaper in this room. But
have you all? Anyone?
But the shelf life of a newspaper, when you're reading it, is about maybe 5 to 10 minutes tops. Outdoor is fleeting, right? And the way our cities are constructed. So our dream at that point of time was that people should spend 2 or 3 minutes on the medium so that the advertising we place inside that medium is somehow visible or makes a mark. Today, it's unimaginable. It's like an advertiser's or a marketer's dream. You're on the medium, you're technically not logging out at all. You're on it all the time, on that device which is no more than 2 or 3 feet away from you. And that's the medium that you're relying on. And it's the mobile device for everything, and perhaps a laptop for work or for study. So all your wanderings are on a mobile device. This is very disconcerting there is no old school that can be followed here, because the real estate on which your marketing communication is featuring is tiny. The attention span of anyone these days, it's easy to say that younger people have lower attention spans, but we're all scrolling Instagram at the same rate, exactly. And content is being made to cater to that. So, in my opinion, the big change has come about by what you said, the difference between advertising and content, right? The device, the medium, digital, in that sense, has created the alternate channel of content, which is, I can now give you a 45-minute film, which arguably in foreign countries, they credit the audience with a little more intelligence, and they say that they will get it. But in India, there is a tendency to somehow not let go of the logo or the tagline. But that is content, right? On a print ad, it's just a sponsored ad. You can see that it says sponsored content. But on TikTok or on Instagram, you could be watching something, you might not really know that it's an ad unless you looked for that little thing that said sponsored content. So I think the fundamental difference is that advertising is encountered, right? You jump up in front of someone with a message about a beard grooming cream or a sanitary napkin or a watch or a car, whereas content is sought. You seek it. You look for a drivable weekend getaway 2 hours from Bangalore, maybe in coffee plantation country. There are people waiting to show you their ad in response to this content that you're seeking, but that's the main difference, that you seek content and you encounter advertising. And of course, it makes more sense a lot of sense for people to await you at the end of that content search with a marketing message and packaged in some way that doesn't feel like an ad.
Right. So being seen is not a challenge now. Staying relevant is.
Oh, absolutely. Right. And staying relevant or becoming relevant in a few sort of microseconds.
Yes.
And then hopefully we do a lot of social media and digital communications for a hospitality major luxury brand. And the truth is that 10 minutes after you've seen a visual or a reel on Instagram of a luxurious, secluded sort of beach with silver sands and blue water, you would not remember, let alone the advertiser. You may not even remember if it was Mauritius or Goa or Maldives or Kerala. That's really, so being seen is not the issue at all. It's really being remembered, hopefully 10 minutes after you were seen.
Absolutely.
Right? So.
Absolutely. So my next question is about AI. Feel free to answer either of you. I'm okay with it. You know, this question has been bothering me, okay? In this era of AI, imperfection has become the mark of, you know, authenticity, right? Everything is so perfect now, right? And you seek for that imperfection and say that, okay, this looks genuine, this is authentic, correct? So when everyone uses AI to generate ideas, what will originality even mean? Okay, just want to get your, you know, perspective on this, both of you, please.
So, I mean, AI is here to stay for the last year and a half, right? I mean, we all, there are, for us in advertising and marketing, it's a boon. For folks in other industries, absolutely. I mean, there are people, there are McKinsey is writing full, you know, 1,200-page AI-generated consulting projects and so on. But I think for us, I think it should be seen. There are two sides of this fence. On the one side is originality worth something anymore? And of course, what about the creator? What about the effort that is put into the person who went to, say, the Baroda School of Art, or you know, or did a creative writing course in a university, or whatever, or the university that's offering that course. But I think on the other side of the fence is something similar to what happened to, until there was photography, there was realism in painting, in art. So some of the most celebrated works of art are where people, you had a generation of artists who had to paint lifelike images of not just people angry or sad or fighting, but in between emotions. And some of the celebrated works of art carry these emotions. You can see them, it's unbelievable. Shadows, the play of light, the muscles of your arm, the way all of these were drawn. When photography came in, suddenly there was no need to capture this image in startling detail because you could do it with a photograph.
Yes.
Now, photography itself is maybe 150 years old, and it became a skill, it became an art, it became a field of study. So I think something like that is what is probably happening with AI, where it's a tool that's available, and it's really how you use it. I think it's important. It's primarily being used at this point for speed, to do something quickly, but it's also evolving in a way that something can get done much sooner than were you to paint it or do a full-fledged shoot on location in, say, Rajasthan. And I dare say, it's been maybe 6 months of all of us seeing visuals on Instagram and TV. We now know what a very realistic AI-generated image looks like, but I think we've already come to terms with the fact that it looks like this. I think, yeah, otherwise, of course, in marketing, you know, good writing will never go out of style in any language. Good grammar should never go out of style.
Absolutely.
It is, I think people are not reading as much as they should be reading, because you can't be a writer unless you read, and so on. Yeah, I think the basic tenets will still hold good. You just have a new tool in which to see yourself as a creator and not as a generator of an image, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's about, you know, what AI can do. It's about what AI can't do.
Yeah, what you use AI for, in my opinion, if a character on screen has 6 fingers, ideally for the ad to work, it should still be Hrithik Roshan. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think what you said, right? I'll just take from there. How many of you guys use some AI tool in your daily work? How many? Literally 100%, right?
Most of them, yeah, 90.
Okay. How many of you guys have made a creative output, which is, let's say, a song, a script, image using AI? Wow. I'm not surprised, but good. It's very reassuring. Okay, so what do you think if you had to score your own AI created work on, let's say, a scale of 5, with 0 being the lowest, 5 being the highest, where is your average rating today? In your own mind, not being judged by anyone else. How many for 5? Like you've created something mind-blowing, 5 on 5. How many for 4? Wow, I want to talk to you later. 3. That's the safest option, so most hands will go up. Okay, 1, I'll skip 2. How many of you think you've created 1? Okay, so some honest people. Cool, okay, we come to the point now. The reason you saw so many hands go up in 3 is because it is the safest option. You don't want to say it's very good, you don't want to say it's very bad, and that's the thing with AI. And the thing that differentiates an AI, ma'am said that what human can't do is what your taste is. The taste that belongs to you. And what that taste is what you've grown up with, what your experiences are, what you consume as media today is very, very important. So, Harsha said something, if you want to be a good writer, first start reading. If you want to be a good creator, first start watching, listening, reading to good creative material. If you spend your time scrolling on Instagram, watching AI slop as they call it now, all day, that will be your creative benchmark, right? That's what you think is good creative. Unless you've seen a Wes Anderson, you don't know what symmetry means. Unless you've seen a Woody Allen, you do not know what breaking a fourth wall means or what self-deprecating humor means. So that is the part that I don't think AI can bring, because you have to understand the technology. AI is largely a predictive engine. What it means is it will take the inputs you've given, bases that inputs in the context that it has from the world of internet and the information, it will generate something that feels logical to it. AI will never create something that is completely a leap from what it knows. And that's where people come in. Humans come in because humans can serendipitously, just by chance, connect dots. We still have this in advertising circles and marketing circles. Why do you think creatives are the most highly revered people? Why aren't planners and account managers most highly revered? Because creatives can join the dots that others don't. It's as simple as that. And that is the same thing that applies in the age of AI. If you have good taste, you can create great output. And much like, again, to Harsha's point, he was going on a very nice track where he said that, look, I remember when I was growing up as a teenager, I bought a DSLR. Before that, DSLRs were not a big thing, right? You had film cameras. I used to go to Mathiran from Bombay and used to click pictures on my DSLR just because I wanted to be a cool photographer. Now, by the time I could actually see that my work was getting better, digital cameras had come in and phone cameras had come in. There was no need for a DSLR anymore. So now, then you started this whole, the idea of phone photography and the shot on iPhone, and the brands picked it up and said, let's build phones for everything else can be average, but a camera has to be the best, right? That's what phones are sold on even today. I think AI will evolve in the same way, where AI art in itself will become a very huge thing. It won't matter what tool you use to generate it, as long as you generated something which has your own creative vision. And to get to that creative vision, you can't ask AI, that comes from your taste. So the more good stuff that you watch is super important, especially at an age that you guys are at and you're entering some form of a creative field, right? You're all media and communication students.
Yes.
So some form of media and comms is what you will end up doing, 9 out of 10 people. It's super important to see good piece of work and really be able to understand, and it's very simple, just watch a lot of good movies, guys. I think that's the best way. If you don't like reading, if you don't like to read good books, just watch a lot of really good movies. And that's the last question I have. How many of you guys sat through a 1.5 hour movie at one stretch in the last 1 year? Not bad. In a theater or on your phones? Go watch it in a theater. That's the difference. You don't understand cinema till you watch it on the big screen. But it's good. It's good. You know, in the short form content age, AI content age, super important to engage yourself with long form content because it helps build your creative muscle. So I think those are things which are probably more actionable for you. AI isn't going anywhere. Use it for your advantage. Use it for speed because you need to knock off assignments. All of us will do that. But use it more importantly to, you know, bring your taste to life. Do things that others are not doing.
Absolutely, can't agree more.
Yeah, just want
Yes,
to add
please.
to that. Absolutely, taste and originality. If it comes from you, then whatever you use is a tool for you. And you know, on the other hand, if you look at, you know, you spend 15 minutes on Instagram and you say, hey, I could do this, chances are you'll make something which is a 2 or a 3 or a 1 on 5.
Absolutely, true. Coming back to you, Harsha, again, you know, on careers in advertising and media. So for students who are looking at careers in advertising and ad technology today, so what skills matter the most now, and what skills will matter 5 years from now? Be very important for you guys.
5 years from now, I'm not entirely sure I might be around. But I think, so thankfully, that sort of holy trinity of, you know, the designer, the writer, and I dislike this term of client servicing because it's a very different function, but the person who brings clarity of thought to the other two sort of functionally creative people, which is the writer, the artist, and today the video editor, video designer, cinematographer. I think these are the 3 fundamental skills that are needed. And of course, these are learnable skills, right? And you probably know by the time in your late school, early college, you know that you belong in one of these camps. But I think, and these are easy enough, it's easy enough to get a job in advertising and marketing. There are, people are waiting for folks with these skills to join the workforce, because I think a couple of things are very important. Firstly, folks who manufacture products, the advertiser in that sense, right? The owner of the brand, whether it's you know, sliced bread or an automobile or whatever, their calling in life is to build the building, manufacture the car, create the factory that mixes the ingredients and makes the bread. They're almost uniformly terrible at making the product saleable, right? Which is why, thankfully, advertising and marketing has a function, because they have to go hand in hand. So, I mean, many times I liken our work on the advertising agency side, and I speak for that camp. We are like the midwife, in a sense. The baby is never ours, but we are going from home to home, delivering someone else's baby, slapping it on the butt, swaddling it, and, you know, taking care of it, maybe naming it, and then moving on, because that's really our job. And it's fabulous, because if people knew how to deliver their own babies, midwives wouldn't have a role to play at all, or doctors, you know, in the delivery section of a hospital. So I think these 3 skills are important, and I think people need to recognize and put their money on what they're good at. Sometimes, you know, and I'm sure you see it all the time as well, it's easy to feel that you're dabbling. You know, I understand, I've worked in social media, but I think it's important to know whether you're a writer, a visual thinker, designer, artist, or the person who brings clarity to the room, right? And I think above these 3 functional skills, I would strongly suggest going out and watching people, understanding why people buy what they do, wear what they do, reject what they do, because that's the only way you will know. It's about insights. I think, as Debabrata was saying earlier, the only way you'll get insights is by watching why people do things, and why people don't do things as well, right? Why do you reject? I remember Oh my God, all my stories are like very
Please go ahead.
old. But anyway, IRCTC ticket reservation centers. It's obviously not even a thing anymore. But until, let's say, 10 years ago, you would have to go to a place. Even when I think online came in, most people would still say there would be a neighboring BDA complex where you could go to the reservation center. And in the reservation center, there is a queue of chairs that you would have to sit. You enter the room, take that parchi, and then you sit on the chair. You fill in the train details, because eventually you will reach the counter, and then you move in a sort of snake-like fashion towards the counter as people move. There used to be a fresh and honest coffee machine, vending machine in each of these. And I often wondered why it's there, because the only time you would think about getting a coffee, if at all, was when you entered that room. Once you've taken your place in that little snake of chairs, in this country, you cannot get up from a queue and go anywhere, because if you came back, your position would have been lost, And I think thinking about some of these things is really important, because you need to observe and say, if you had a person today who would walk up to you in a PVR, a person comes to you after the movie or even during the movie, after the movie has started, and asks you what you want. And I think that's a great idea. It obviously costs a bomb, but it's still a great idea, where, even if you made it late for the movie, there's still food on the table,
Yes. Observation and in watching people, when you said that, it reminds me of my first career as a journalist, right? One of my first assignments was to observe people. The editor then said, go to the Majestic bus stand, sit there for half a day and watch people, come back and write about them. When I look back, that is a great way of, writing a story and coming up with your own imagination, writing about them, right?
Well, absolutely. Just watching people behave. You need to shed this, there's this very politically correct space that we all operate in. But if you want to be in marketing and advertising, you have to realize that you're also a practitioner, right? As users, as we say in digital, or as consumers, you're playing a particular kind of role in society. But when you have to craft that communication for someone else, it'll look very superficial and shallow, or at the very least, it won't work if it doesn't carry an insight that came from observing something.
Yes, absolutely. My next question is again, on digital campaigns to you, PK. So where does digital integration usually break down in Indian brand campaign? Is it strategy, platform, or execution?
Yeah, I'll go back to the first starting point that I'd made. I think where it kind of falls flat now is people knowing what to do broadly, but not knowing how to do it well. It's like an example, parallel is everybody now knows how to use a chat GPT, but very few can really use that tool to create amazing work. It's the same thing with digital right now. I think it's also the thing is that it's a very dynamic medium. Unlike the traditional world of television, print, outdoor, those mediums didn't really change in how you would think about creating for those mediums ever. The maximum change that probably happened is, what you call the second age in television advertising may have gone from 60 seconds to 30 seconds to 20 to 10, and now you have 5-second formats in IPL and 10 seconds. So the only thing that really changes is I have this much duration to tell my story, but digital is way more complex. If you just go, you can tell your brand story anywhere. You can go to a quick commerce platform and tell your brand story. You can go to an Amazon and tell your brand story. You can tell it on social media. You can tell it on a blog, on your own website, what have you, on Discord, Telegram, and all of these platforms, right? The problem is to understand any of these platforms requires you to go deep in them. And most marketers, when Harsha was talking, there was something that was coming to my head as a skill set. A lot of us are very wide-winged people in terms of our skills. We learn a little of everything, right? We also need to know observations. We also need to know, which if you go to a practitioner, a cultural anthropologist, they would go so deep in understanding people and sociology and culture and whatnot. But we as marketers still need to have that skill. We as marketers also need to have that skill of what he said, bring clarity to the table. Somebody has to take a complicated problem statement and say what to do now. Then you also need to know how to create work. So there are a lot of skills that a marketer, and which is why I think it's a easy entry point profession, because you can enter from so many spaces, right? You could have a little bit of creation, a little bit of observation skills, and you could enter marketing. But what that also leads to is you not building a muscle of going deep into anything, right? And I think in the digital ecosystem or the world that we exist in right now, people who will be, everybody will reach a certain level. I think there's opportunity galore, and all of you guys will probably get to a point where you have enjoyable jobs which pay you well till some point in your career, till you start getting to mid-age, then the crisis will hit you, like it does all of us. But I think that people who will reach the top 1% will be the ones who identify what to go deep in and really build their expertise there, which is what brands don't do now. They still think of advertising till the messaging. So a creative marketer, I'm thinking of some CMOs who I've met in my career. Most CMOs like to think they're very creative people, and they must be. But their thinking kind of stops at what is the right message for my brand, probably what is the right story for my brand. What they don't understand and go deep into is, how do I really juice this one platform out? And if people, let's take Instagram, right? 800 million people is what Instagram claims. Monthly actives is around 500 million. If that's the number of people spending 4 to 6 hours every day on that one platform, then my brand really needs to be better than all the other brands on that one platform. So they will think horizontally across my competition, how am I better in terms of my messaging, my product value proposition, so on and so forth. What they don't think is, on this platform, how am I beating my competition? And I think that will be the difference even for you guys as you kind of go forward in your journey, and because your careers are being built in a digital age, you will have to think about going deep while accumulating all the skills that Harsha said. And the best way to do that is an example, and Sunan sitting there, we are batchmates from Simbi. So Sunan, remember Anupam Siddharth, right? He was our filmmaking teacher, and he only said one thing. He said, if you want to be a good filmmaker, go make really bad films. That's where you have to start. So if you want to win in digital with all these assets and all these tools so democratically available to you for zero cost, become creators. That's the only way to win in this industry today and to grow really, really strongly. Make something every day. Just take that as a challenge. Doesn't matter how good, how bad, how terrible it is. Just make things, because that's how you will go deep. Yeah.
True. So one final question before we open the floor for question and answer. I would like to open this up to the two of you. One overarching question about the theme, in fact. So in contemporary India, when culture, creativity, and commerce come into conflict, which one usually wins and which one should?
I think it's a difficult question to answer, because if you're talking about marketing and advertising, then in my opinion, commerce should win, because at the end of the day, all of this that is being done is so that two good outcomes would be that a product sells more, or if it's a brand, it builds longevity through certain, it develops certain qualities as a brand, like trust, for example. And of course that leads to sales as well, right? So I do feel that the industry should be aimed at eventually delivering this. So therefore, the commerce part of it belongs to the owner of the product and the brand, and we are working to help them. Having said that, without creativity, everything would be boring. I mean, the whole idea of what we're doing, especially on digital, is to educate, entertain, engage, right? You can to get that whatever a heart on your post or whatever it is, and without that, it would be so boring. I mean, what would be scroll through, right? So I think the creativity part belongs to the creators in that sense, the agencies, the creative folks within the agencies, the ideators, and therefore they should own that, and it should never go out of style, ever, even if sales dips in a particular month or a quarter. I think creativity should be the focus. And I think the culture part belongs to the people, the consumers, right? The culture part really belongs to us as individuals in society, not as brand owners or agency people or marketing fraternity. Culture is what we carry with us. True. And there is a duality there. We have, we've seen enough examples of where it's been used and celebrated, but used and reviled as well. So I think the culture part I would give only a smaller hat tip to, because I mean today there are categories which have nothing to do with the culture. What have leggings got to do with our culture? I mean, we will find a way to integrate it, but that belongs in the creativity camp, right? True. And being less sensitive to things, having a sense of humor, which I dare say we used to have as a society at some point, but we seem to have lost that sense of humor, sense of self-effacingness. We take ourselves way too seriously. So I want to say culture for me is something we need, the other two camps need to take cognizance of, because we behave very differently on the way we project ourselves in society to what we actually buy and do in private. So I would say creativity and commerce hand in hand, and maybe culture. Watch people, get insights, see people's behavior, build that in. I would really say provoke when necessary, because that Mile Sur Mera Tumhara is making a comeback now. It's like a 35, 40-year-old thing. It's so beautiful. It's so unifying. And we have so many newer values. But the older ones never gone out of style, right? Sustainability is a thing. Inclusivity is a thing. We have enough things that were never in our culture. We are the spitting, urinating country. Even today, is it a part of our culture? I think so. We've been like this forever, but we do need to weed it out. Why is it that we love it when we go to a Thailand even, which feels like a first world country? So I think culture is just a little hook, really, and it was there in one of your questions as well, that we should be cognizant of and use it wisely when it comes to marketing and advertising.
Sure.
So I have a slightly different take on that. I think these three things work together to build a sustainable business. And if you look at a long enough timeline, and if you go much higher with your view, then you start understanding that modern societies, a very big important role that capitalistic business plays in modern societies. So I don't think if they're at conflict, then there is something to be fixed, because they ideally shouldn't be at conflict. And let's take some examples to make it more real, right? And I think modern businesses, modern brands are thinking like that. Today, there is, Harsha said something that when his dad was thinking about a car, and I remember the same times, similar, there were only two options. So, in every category that you go across, there are enough and more choices you have today of brands, right? So how will you build a new business? There is already oversaturation in 90% of the categories in this country and the world today. The only way to build a business today is to be relevant to a certain set of people and what do they believe in, right? We've seen this kind of happen with, I'll take us very simple with something that will be very familiar to you guys, coffee culture, right? If I go back to the roots and if I talk about history, coffee's always had very strong roots in this part of the world, in the country, right? Southern India has been very, very strong coffee consumer. But the way coffee culture has been interpreted by urban India across geographies, especially with youngsters, is very different. Where for them, a coffee, getting a coffee is almost like going for a hangout. It's like, pick me up because I'm, going to college or going to work or something like that. Now that's a cultural shift. And brands who can play into that shift are able to build meaningful businesses over a period of time and enable commerce. Creativity, of course, sits at the heart of everything, I feel. Like, even building a business is a creative process. Bringing a child in this world is a creative process. Planting a tree is a creative process. So how you think about creativity is, if you're originating something with your own hands, with your own blood, sweat, and tears, that is a creative process. Of course, in the ambit of marketing and advertising, it becomes more about creative storytelling about something. And that also is extremely important when you look at these three vectors. So I would say very few businesses will be built in the coming years and in the decades, because the commoditization has already happened in all categories. You have enough and more brands selling everything. So the only way to build a meaningful brand is if you're playing to some kind of a cultural trend or not. And culture is extremely sort of segregated and segmented into niches. What youngsters like you sitting in Bangalore in an elite institute consider to be norm is, trust me, go to Varanasi, and same age, somebody studying and struggling a lot more, not sitting in an air-conditioned hall, but actually cycling 5, 6, 7 kilometers every day to their school or their college. For them, culture is very different. So you now have to really be sharp about who are you building for, whose culture are you wanting to participate and play in, and that is the only way to unlock a business growth in the modern times, I feel. So yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Harsha, and thank you, Prashant. We'll now open the floor for question and answer. Mic for this gentleman, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I had a question to Prashant Kohli. It's kind of a long question. So there is a growing trend in appreciating the nature of analog mediums like films. And if we compare that with digital, there is an aesthetic value to it. And like you mentioned about DSLR and analog mediums, so in future, what are the chances of Gen AI becoming a new type of media like we have digital today?
Answer is short. The answer is it's already become a new kind of media.
Yeah.
Gen AI is a new kind of media. And see, the thing is, all styles, all trends, everything in life is circular. Right? So film came, film evolved, film went out of fashion, Kodak had to shut their shop, reinvent themselves. Film is going to come back into fashion.
Yeah.
Right? You see this in fashion, you see this in arts, you see this in music. They all go through cycles, and cycles repeat themselves. So I think, and the consuming world, by consuming world I mean, there was a time, maybe let's say 50, 60, 100 years earlier, when people were very busy struggling with their day-to-day needs. I had to make sure that I can earn my food through the day and feed my family through the day. I think a lot of those, so the general standard of living going up in the consumer's life automatically means you start having slightly more time on your hands, which means you start playing with options, right? And hence, all these options can coexist. The market, the consumer segments are all there for all of these things. So I think they're going to be parallel, but Gen AI is already a medium.
So what are the chances if Gen AI becomes the norm and digital coming back?
It could happen. I mean, if I could predict future, then I'd be a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, but I can't. It could happen. I mean, there's nobody to stop it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's working. I finally got a mic. Hello everyone, my name's Tanoy. I have a question for Harsha sir. You, earlier on in the discussion, you talked about how creativity should always be emphasized on by organizations and so on and so forth. Now, I had a question on that essentially. Now, I had my summer internship at McCann, 2.5 months, of which I worked on 11 different brands. And the number one thing you sort of learn in that setup is that different brands, different brand personalities, brand languages, you have to constantly be on the go. And at that point, it, I mean, creativity is one thing, but so, for example, I tried with Ashirwad Salt to have a very wonky sort of ad where I was emphasizing on the importance of their iodized salt, how iodine's important. And I believed it was hilarious. I was very proud of it. But in the end, it was thrown out, not because it wasn't good, but rather it was a little bit too wonky. So my point is, how do we, as people who are now coming into the industry, sort of learn the balance of, okay, too creative versus not creative enough? Thank you.
I think I'm going to privately wait for someone else to answer it so I can then make it mine. I don't think it's a valid, it's a dangerous way to think, because when you say too creative, so firstly, were you in the creative team functionally, or were you in the client services?
I was a copywriting intern.
Oh, you were, okay. I definitely think that more creative, more creativity, more depth of thinking resulting in the creative. So arriving at the idea rather than postulating the idea, where the most dangerous thing, for example, there was a time when the word brainstorming used to be very fashionable. I think it's terrible. You put 20 people in a room, you'll come out with nothing actionable, right? You need one person to, and Aditya, you've heard this many times before, you need a writer to sit by a window sucking a pencil for 45 minutes with the mandate of coming out with 3 lines or whatever. It could be 3 jokes, it could be anything, or 3 names for a product. So definitely, I think, I don't think, to the short answer, actually this sounds like the long answer, but is more creative. Go chase the more creative route, for sure, every time. Unfortunately, in the advertising agency side of the fence, the first customer is the client themselves. And as Prashant himself has said, they may not be creative people in themselves. They only, they're fundamentally looking out to generate more business quickly, which means quick decisions have to be taken, hopefully by 2 o'clock this afternoon kind of thing, right? So, yes, the tough luck is that you have to please the client. You may be writing something that would have been fantastic for, the consumer in, say, UP, but maybe your client didn't understand that nuance and didn't get it. But I don't think you should let that phase you. The only thing I would say is, yes, be more creative and arrive at the idea rather than start with the idea and try and figure out how you can massage it into your presentation, That's dangerous.
Thank you so much. I just have one more question this time for Prashant sir. Can I do that? Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Prashant sir, you spoke of AI slop, I think, as you referred to it. Completely agreed with you. However, so essentially there were studies done recently where they wanted to measure just how human AI can get and how much it's gotten. And essentially these studies found that AI now is at the stage where it will lie to preserve itself, its own programming. It refused to terminate the programming, or it lied by saying the programming can't be terminated. So with taking that as proof, like if AI can take up something as base to our instincts as self-preservation, how does that bode for us tomorrow? Do you believe there is going to be a world tomorrow where perhaps we are going to be outclassed by AI simply due to the folly of us humans making AI do all of our work as is?
I mean, I don't know if you're asking me an employment question or an existential question. Like, are we going to be wiped out as a race because of AI? I mean, yeah, okay, it's nice to make a movie on that. But it's very hard to imagine that world, right? Yeah, so the thing is, obviously AI is getting very good. And why is AI getting really good is because there are billions of people on this planet who are interacting every day with AI. Where is AI learning to lie from? Is from us lying and showing that what do you guys think is the biggest use case of ChatGPT in the world? What do people use ChatGPT most for in the world? Take a wild guess. Okay. Who said therapy? Yes. The biggest use case of AI in the world, and this is as per a study published by Harvard, is actually therapy and mental well-being and discussing the things that you possibly have a problem discussing with yourself or even your friends and partners in open. Right? Difficult conversations in life, I will not lie, I have had some of those. It at least, it's a good reflection to go through some of those conversations. But if we are feeding that information into AI, it's not very difficult for a smart machine to understand the patterns that are going on, right? Because most of those conversations are extremely human, they're so vulnerable. So I think maybe some of these things that are coming up because of what we are feeding it. I mean, will it take over the world and shut us down? Like, will we really have a, Independence Day kind of a situation? I don't know, maybe. Let's see if we live to see that day. On the other side, will we become more redundant? I think definitely yes, 100%. There is no two ways about it. If you look at the trends in the world that are going on right now, the most jobs were created in the last decade by the technology companies of the world. You know, the Apple, Samsung, Meta, Facebook, and so on and so forth, Amazon. The most job cuts today are being done by the tech companies of the world. Right? So the biggest employer is laying off the most number of people. Now you do the extrapolation and figure out what it means for you. But yeah, there's going to be difficulty in if you're just entering to execute, and if execution is your biggest superpower, and if that execution can be very complex, AI will get there, it's already getting there. The whole premise of agentic AI and multimodal agentic AI is that complex task from, deciding what kind of a shoe is right for you to probably start playing tennis tomorrow, to finding out that on the internet, taking your card, doing the payment, having it delivered to you, and then checking on you, hey, did you use it to play tennis or did you give up? That's a very complex decision-making process, right? Agents can do that now. So execution-based tasks are something that are obviously going to be completely eroded. What remains is the capability of taking creative leaps, of creating stories that are going to be extremely hard, because even today what AI at least is not very good at is writing stories from scratch, right? It can create frameworks for stories. I play every day for hours with AI. I've given it enough prompts to write me scripts. I've given it prompts to actually write a novel because I wanted to see what it could do. It could give me a great framework. I told AI that, hey, listen, I want to write a fantastical story about, inspired by Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and so on and so forth. And I also told that I don't want it to be around any of these themes. So I want a fresh theme. Give me a fantastic theme. It gave me a fantastic structure that, hey, look, your book should be like this kind of a protagonist, this is how the story should flow. But when it came down to writing a single word on a page, it did not know where to start. It was copying Lord of the Rings. It was copying Harry Potter. Now, that's not good writing. But that's good framework level, structure level thinking is fantastic.
So when can do it, actually. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, but good question. Keep playing with it.
So, Harsha, we know that you have given a presentation to our students. So, okay.
Yeah,
So I have a question for both of you. So, I'd like to talk about the most challenging brand campaign that you have faced till date. Anything that you choose, up to you.
That we've been personally involved in, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I'm trying to think of something that's, stage worthy. I would say maybe a slightly more generic example from my experience for me would be, again, we work with a luxury hospitality major, right? We work with a hotel chain, and the perception of luxurious vacations in this country is changing dramatically. I mean, it's actually changed massively in the last 20, 25 years. And So there is a brand, a holidays brand, which is Taj Holidays, right? When we work with Taj Holidays, it's the idea of a vacation is not inherently Indian. This whole idea of getting away, spending money, self-indulgence, largely, of course, it's not that we don't do it, but it's not, this self-pampering is, I think, a derived idea, right? So very often we have this 2 or 3 challenges which come up. One is elevated language in India, especially in English, especially when we are not allowed to use English or any other, infusion of other languages. We continue to find it very challenging to describe certain things like wellness, which is, Ayurveda, a spa, those kinds of products. Find it very difficult to describe because we know that the folks who are consuming this, the 28 to 55, 60 age group of people who are consuming these products at, you're spending 25 to 40,000 rupees a night on a premium uber luxury hotel stay, may not necessarily be thinking in English. We all already know this to be true, that the folks who are reading these messages, many of the words are wasted on them, right? And we're seeing increasingly clients themselves saying, "Arey, kaun samjhega ye?" This particular word is so nuanced that the person who's capable of spending that money is unlikely to know what it means. And I'm not even being elitist in any sense. I'm just saying it's a challenge, We're a very, very heterogeneous society in terms of what constitutes value for me, what is a luxurious word for me, what is comforting for me in my language, in my community, whatever, in my state. And I find that to be an ongoing challenge, this use of English in copy. And as supporting headlines for a visual, we find that very difficult for a brand like Taj Holidays, when, especially with so much competition, so many other brands, and the willingness to pay that money is coming from people who may not readily understand your message. So just one example.
An unsuccessful one. It's a campaign where I put in a lot of heart and soul and it never saw light of day. So this was at Apple, and Apple has this global education program where they teach kids from the ages of, I think, 8 or 9 to code. And they have their own platform for coding and on the iPad and stuff like that. So we were going to launch that platform in India in partnership with a lot of K-12 schools. And to launch that, we had to basically, now Apple doesn't launch things like education and all with, with ads. They launch them with, they want a big vision and they want, something to make a splash in the world and stuff like that. So first of all, the journey of coming to that idea was very, very hard. I think we had to really do some soul searching in terms of who's that one, what is that one, and maybe this process can probably give you some hints when you're thinking about ideas, right? We didn't start thinking by saying, what is the brief, wo line kya hoga? We'll come to that. But what we said was, if you want to talk about education for a brand of the stature of Apple, is there one example, is there one person, is there one moment in our country's history that is known for education? Where Apple can, sort of place itself equivalent to. After a lot of months, we landed up at the idea of President Abdul APJ Kalam's poem called Wings of Fire. For those of you who heard that poem or read it, it's a very inspirational poem where he talks about, continuing to do even when you fail. And of course, he's one of the best known educationists in the country and the president. So that was a spark. And we had to buy rights of that poem, and we bought the rights. And then what do you do with the poem? So then came the whole idea of, okay, we will make a film around it. But the film that we will make cannot be an ad film. So it has to be a story. And then came the journey of figuring out the story. And then the story came from the insight that India is a land of multiple languages, but the one language that, sort of connects everybody is coding for anybody who do it. And of course, it speaks back to the coding platform that Apple was trying to launch. So we built a beautiful story. Who's the director of Udan? Who's the director of that film Udan? Yes, we got Vikramaditya to shoot the film. We shut down Lucknow for 3 days. It was, I think, 30-40 crore production. We shut down Lucknow, we shot the film. Vikramaditya made it to be a 25-minute film because he also enjoyed making the film, so he turned it into a short film. The film went through, chains of approvals in the ecosystem. And by the time it reached the then CMO of Apple, and we were all in that presentation, he said, I don't understand a word of it. Because we had done a horrible job of introducing him to Indian culture, Indian way of thinking, why the story works in India. It was about 8 months of work, which was gone down the drain. That film is still canned somewhere in the archives, and it never saw light of the day. But yeah, that was a very, very challenging project. Lesson being for you guys, when you work with big brands, please know that you will have to do so much of education to them about why you're wanting to do what you're wanting to do, more than just selling them the idea. They don't get sold on the idea. It's about why that becomes so much more important.
Absolutely. I think time to wrap up the discussion. It's time's up. Maybe you can meet the panelists later. One more? Just one last question then, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, okay. So you native first brands are coming out right now, and for these digital native brands, the metrics are clicks, views. So a lot of short-term narratives keep taking place on social media for these brands. But then, do you think this hampers the long-term brand narrative? And if so, how do you cope with it?
100%. There's no, yes, it does hamper, because if you're chasing short-term metrics, then you're not building any long-term equity, right? I think the difference in thinking, just mental model for thinking that I think may help when you face problems like this is, don't think of the content piece that you're putting out standalone and optimizing for clicks and views, right? Those tactics are very well known to everyone. Have a nice hook, pattern interrupt, blah, blah, blah. Do all that, you'll get your views. Think about what world are you building? Because social media is increasingly becoming like a personalized television feed, right? It's not about, so fundamentally what has changed is till TikTok disrupted the social world, social media used to be about what they call social graphs. If I followed you, then I will get to know about what you put out, right? Now, TikTok changed that game and shifted it to what they call interest graph. That what am I interested in? If I'm interested in, let's say, sneakers, then social media shows me a lot of sneakers. If I roll on 5 Instagram reels about real estate, then suddenly my feed is filled with that, right? So what you have to then think is, what is the audience who's interested in your category or whatever you're trying to sell? What is the world you're building for them? Because you will be then entering their feed with a lot of competition already in their feed. Yeah? Why is your one piece of content different? And I think some global brands are doing some fantastic work. I just find Western marketing is anyway, creatively I find, I don't know if you agree, but they're generally years ahead of us. I was just reading, in fact, in the morning, I was seeing some work by Skims, and they've, the Kardashian brand, Kim Kardashian brand, and they've tied up with Nike and launched something. My God, the world that they build to sell that product, they're also doing Instagram reels, they're also hitting millions of, they're not coming out and saying, hey, look, my product has this feature, and you should wear it, and they're not putting out any sensationalist headlines. But the visual world they've created around that product so engulfs you. I scrolled through one reel and then I had to go through the rest because I've not seen anything like that before. So think of world building. Especially think of visual world building. That's very important on digital platforms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, Harsha and PK, for bringing such grounded and honest perspective to the table. And thank you, students, for such thoughtful questions. Thank you very much. I hope today's discussion helped you see branding in India as something that goes beyond campaigns, right? It's not just campaigns. And it's about understanding people, culture, and responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for those insightful conversations. And now I would like to invite Dr. Anupama, the administration coordinator, to give the mementos to the panelists and the moderator. Thank you so much once again. I would like everyone to remain seated because before we break for lunch, we have a few teasers and trailers to screen. We spent so long swiping at shadows that we forgot what it feels like to actually be in the room. Sooner or later, the screen isn't enough because the world is waiting beyond the feed. Wavelength 2026.
Prepare for landing.
Thank you everyone for staying for those teasers and trailers. We will now break for lunch. Please be back by 1:30.
short-form video news platform aimed at delivering unbiased news to the younger generation. A torchbearer awardee from the Indian School of Business, Priyanshi combines traditional journalistic integrity with modern digital-first innovation. I now like to invite you to join us at the dais, ma'am. Next panelist brings us into the heart of internet culture, tech, and how platform quietly changes who we are. Shefali is an independent tech reporter. She chronicles how the internet changes us as people, the way we live our lives, and how corporates respond to those changes. After spending a few years covering events that break the internet, her reporting now looks at how internet is breaking us. Her long-form articles have been published in two of India's most read business newspapers, The Economic Times and Mint. Some of them have won a few awards, others have brought her close to the legal system of the country. She is equally proud of all of them. She doesn't know if she was born to be a journalist, but 16 years into the profession, she certainly wants to die a journalist. Madam, I would like to invite you to join us at the dais. Guiding this conversation is Pooja Prasanna, the editorial head for reporting at the News Minute, with special focus on politics and social justice. For close over 16 years, she has covered major news events from across South India with experience in broadcast, digital, and print media. At the News Minute, she leads public interest reporting that centers politics, governance, and communal polarization. Earlier in her career, Pooja worked for over 11 years in national television newsrooms during a period of growing media polarization, and later served as a bureau chief overseeing coverage from South India. Ms. Prasanna, it would be my honor to invite you to the stage to start the discussion.
On. Thank you. I hope you guys had a good meal. Not feeling too sleepy, I hope. All good? Okay. I think for almost 10 years, most of us here and many of you have debated, studied about whether social media can replace journalism. And even if I can speak on behalf of everybody here, I think it would be a unanimous no. Right? But just to kick off the conversation, starting with you, if we can recall instances, either in our newsroom or generally, any social media trend that has dictated the direction of a news story or kind of made it more important than it should have been?
Thanks, Pooja. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here, and that I can see awake people in the audience, which is good. So I come from a generation that had to be explained what the internet is when we were adults, that this thing was going to come and we're going to have to deal with it. And then digital and so on came in and everything. So when I joined Cricinfo, which was a very serious cricket website, pioneering new, etc., they didn't know what to do when social media started to hit with news and information. So the whole thing was you had that were doing this immediately, breaking news. And because you're Cricinfo, you have to put that news up online. You have to say, you know, it's there. But you don't know if it's actually happened. How do you check it? You know, if there's things that are happening, sources say, then what do you do as a journalist if you're trying to put that out? Because it had become, Cricinfo was like the gold standard of it. Cricinfo says it, that means it's happened. And until Cricinfo says it, it's not happened. Now that has changed completely, but I'm talking about 15 years ago. And it was difficult for us to, a lot of the times things did happen, but we were so obstinate and we kept waiting to actually get that confirmation, say, yeah, it's right, it's clear. Somebody has been, mostly it's, because it's sports journalism, is nothing otherworldly, that okay, someone has been sacked as a captain or dropped or left out or whatever. So it was that kind of news. It wasn't really life or death kind of news that there was. But I think we were beginning to understand the urgency of moving quicker, than we had previously. So when this, I'll tell you the story of the Brijbhushan Sharan case. It was being talked about. We had actually somebody who was in Delhi following that case. And she kept calling in and giving us the information. And I went absolutely crazy because the person who was typing out the news, I said, publish, 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 publish. We should be the first to go. So I kind of got into that news first thing. I was saying, publish, publish, publish. And he's saying, like, chill, otherwise what's wrong? I said, just publish, correct the spellings and publish. So, I'd kind of fallen into that kind of trap. But that's the newspaper, the digital takeover of news has made that possible. You have to do it. You'd like to be the first one. Every journalist wants to break the story. So,
Shefali, you've also reported on social media, right? But do you feel pressured to curate what you report in a certain way, depending on how, again, social media will perceive it?
100%. In fact, when our panel was going to be announced and the word viral was mentioned, and I know we went through 10 years of just talking about how viral doesn't mean a disease anymore and it means something entirely different. And I was thinking about another word that we have completely missed, which is handle. What's your handle? That's something that we all in this room understand now. And we didn't realize how that changed. Our identity is now a handle. I remember in one of the newsrooms that I was in, there was a diktat that everybody has to be on Twitter now. Everybody needs to have a handle. And there was this one reporter, very good, very talented reporter. She created a handle. And then she would have an alarm ring at 5 p.m. every evening. And she would, just like a clockwork, right? She would go to NY Times, see the top news there, see the share button, tweet it, and be done with it. Because the diktat said, not only do you need to have a handle, you need to tweet once at least every day. And so this is what she did. Instead of sharing her stories, because she is a long-form reporter, you can't be tweeting every day. You are busy reporting. So she had an alarm to make sure that we are following the rules.
No, I, in my personal experience, have had to do the exact opposite. I mean, I have no qualms taking names anymore, but in Republic TV, I used to troll everybody, including our own channel most. And in fact, once that alarm used to be for Friday argument with my editor every day. You troll Smriti Irani, she called me and complained. Finally, their solution was, take off from your handle that you work for Republic, which I was happy to do anyway. And then
you got a handle on it.
Yeah, I got a handle on it. Then came the social media rules saying that you cannot plug anybody else's work, you cannot troll anyone, when the entire journalism was based on trolling. Anyway, it must have been trickier for you, right? Being an anchor is a little more different than being a reporter, because in that moment when you don't have time to verify because there's somebody speaking to you from the PCR saying that we have to put this out because this has gone viral. Many times reporters don't have the luxury of time. They haven't verified it. We've all faced it. You're just put on air. How would you handle it then?
That is one reason why news channels end up breaking fake news, because I mean, for those of you who don't know, all of us know, so I'll just tell those in the audience that in a newsroom, there's this, you always have multiple screens in the newsroom where you can watch all your competitor channels. And the editor every now and then comes out and says, oh, X channel has this, why don't we? Y channel is breaking that, why don't we? So simply because somebody else is saying something, you should start saying it even if your reporter has not reported it, even if you've not confirmed it. And that started happening far too much by the time I left television. And another thing which I got reminded of during the previous answers, that one sentence that started being used in the newsroom is, oh, why can't we report it? It's all over Twitter. That's a source of information. That's your reporter's job being taken away by Twitter. It's all over Twitter was supposed to be a valid justification for breaking a news story. So I think in television, as you said, the race to be the first, even though they might not have sometimes the intent to play out fake news, or sometimes they always have the resources to verify it, but it's always just to be the first, and that race that's that unintentionally sometimes that they put out fake news, because we all of us saw what happened during Operation Sindoor. Forget about news channels saying that we've captured Islamabad or Karachi. Even small things like the day the operation started, there were these videos that were playing out on news channels of a Lebanon strike from I don't know what year. And this video was on all channels. And we were watching it, and we had just started our organization, Peak TV, and we were wondering, should we also play this video because it's everywhere? And that's when we realized that we've started thinking the same way, and that's pathetic. So then we took 5 seconds to do a Google image search of that video, and it told us that it's from Lebanon. It took 5 seconds for a 2-person team. So you can imagine that these big newsrooms can absolutely do it. And they have much more resources. They have fact-checking teams. They have dedicated fact-checking teams. They don't even need people like us to do a Google image search, and I'm even bad at technology. So it's that they don't want to do it because they think that being the first is more important than being right. And that's as unfortunate as that is. And when you spoke about when you're an anchor and you're just told what to say, I think I was fortunate to be trained under editors at that time who would always ask even anchors and reporters to question before they say anything on air. And that is some good training that I got initially at NDTV, that even if a producer would tell me, oh, this is breaking, I would check my phone to see whether it has come from a reporter on the channel's WhatsApp group and not from Twitter and not from an editor who has not actually confirmed it and just has seen it on India Today or Republic and just wants us to break it. So I think that training is very important, which we might come to later, which some social media journalists who have come up on social media only don't have. And that's why the fake news epidemic is not limited to television now. I think it's even more on social media. And that's also what we saw during Operation Sindoor.
But on that point of how now there is a fact-checking team in most news organizations, I mean, you'd imagine that journalism itself is fact-checking. The fact that you need a specific team to fact-check tells you a lot about where we've gotten as news organizations. But the funny part is, many times they put out misinformation, disinformation too, saying that we're fact-checking, and then you need independent fact-checkers to fact-check that and say that this is not true. And that happened most during Operation Sindoor. But I mean, just because we have students here to differentiate, fake news is a word we all loosely use. I mean, of course, Donald Trump loves it. But misinformation and disinformation are two slightly different things. Misinformation is when you're spreading something without knowing that it is false. Disinformation is deliberate. And I think we've all seen our share of disinformation, which is far more dangerous. But not all form of social media is bad, right? It does have a place. It does act as a pressure group. And I think during Me Too is one time we saw it, do something great. Many women took to social media through other women because they felt more comfortable, and also because many news channels didn't want to talk about it, and it created a pressure group. Can you guys think of a positive impact? I mean, just because we don't want to sound like doomsday conspiracists, give them some hope.
No, but that's true. In fact, I was having this conversation with someone when I was telling them about this panel, and somebody said that, a lot of journalists, I'm again not going to take names, get to this point where they're only talking about what's wrong with a particular world, and to which I think I instantaneously said, yeah, that's because nobody else is doing it. And so then I thought, hey, is that a personal attack? Are you telling me I'm only talking about what's wrong with the internet or how the internet is effing up humanity? Because that is what I do. But it's just that, you start off by saying, oh, the internet has done a whole lot of good, but because we've also gone through that stage of discovery where we've spoken about some of the good. So to give you an example of the good, right, there are media outlets like a Dalit Desk or a Khabar Lahariya. These are outlets that started focusing on their Instagram 4 years ago, and they were able to get a lot of news about the marginalized communities out into the mainstream and get people's attention on it because they were focusing on Instagram, and they realized early on that Instagram is where the younger generation is consuming their news. So that is definitely a positive that one has seen from a newsroom intersecting with social media POV.
I think we can safely say that using social media as a primary source of information is not the problem. What you do with it after that is the problem. Do you just run with it and within the next few seconds make sure it's on air, on our websites? Or that is where, and that's why I started off by saying that social media can never replace journalism, because you still need journalists to verify whether that's true or not, use that as a starting point, and then go and do a story. Can you think of other stories that we've done? Because I
think the main sort of I'm not on social media. I don't have a public digital footprint anywhere. I've done this on purpose.
So lucky.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have to, I wasn't forced to do it, but I do have a Twitter handle and an Instagram handle where I use, this is a joke, I use Twitter to follow the news, as in to see what news is breaking, or what's happened. And Instagram to send emails to people who I cannot get through to, and so famous people, and you'll say, okay, I am so-and-so. So that's all. But the thing is, for example, I think the biggest change that you've seen and the impact in a good way has been the Gaza. And what has happened in Gaza over the last 2 years, 3 years, it's opened people's eyes because it's out there, and these poor journalists who've got killed in numbers more than First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War, Korean War, name all the wars of the last century, more journalists have been killed in Gaza than died in those wars. They sent out the news. And I think the power of those images, those words, that audio, that you could not have done it through conventional media, because you saw all the gatekeeping that happened with the American press and the British press and all of that. That's all out there. So I think that's been the most powerful thing that I've seen, other than sort of other smaller, like she's talking about the footprints and people who've been able to give their voice and their face to issues. I mean, for that, it is just it has changed people's minds. It has changed their views. It has basically been able to bust propaganda, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. But that's what social media can do. I'm not a fan, but I understand its great benefits.
Yeah, and I think it's a great forum for dissent, right? Especially in India today, where most news channels don't want to amplify anything that has even some quality of dissent. Social media has been that platform. Have you used it? I mean, for me, that was my entire existence, but have you used it as well to voice something that you were unhappy with and you wouldn't get a platform elsewhere?
Yeah, I think, and that's why I thought that we need a platform. We need another platform that lets the young generation say these things that they think are too anti-national to say otherwise, or might be, or might start a clash between their relatives, their chacha and their taus, while they're sitting at a Raksha Bandhan gathering. That used to happen a lot in my family. So I came from that, and what I started seeing was that it's the polarization. What I've now realized after being after running a digital news organization is that the polarization is not limited to television. The polarization, if not more, equally exists on social media as well, because every now and then, today we'll get, and I'm sure you get these too, today you will get comments saying that you are funded by Rahul Gandhi, you're funded by AAP, you're funded by Soros, so of course, wo to hum sabka karta dharta hai. And tomorrow they'll start saying, you'll do some story about something objectively wrong the Congress has done, which you do for both sides, and tomorrow you'll be called Godi media. So that's what I realized, that if you're being abused by both sides, then that means that you could be doing something right. But as a society, I think overall, as a social media audience also, as a young generation on social media, we've become so intolerant to the fact, the idea that somebody can criticize somebody whom we like. They are just non-defensible, and we would use words like andhbhakt for people who would support the BJP blindly. But I think it exists on the other side so much, if not more, than at least to a decent scale, comparable scale for sure. Because we've seen that one story or two, largely we do stories that criticize the central government or the BJP because they are in power in most states. They are in power. Congress is barely in power now, and the Aam Aadmi Party as well. So. Or the TMC. So you have lesser stories to do on them. So which is why the volume appears less. But once you start doing them, these are the comments that you get. So I think the polarization is on both sides, and we tend to see it only on one side because the volume might be higher on that side, but it exists on both sides is what I've realized till now. And that questions our ability to think, that we are not able to accept or take criticism on its merit, and our ability to think it stops at this, to conclude that, oh, if she's saying this, she must be funded. खुद का दिमाग तो नहीं चला रही होगी, या खुद का research तो कुछ नहीं किया होगा to be able to counter something that has been popularly accepted by mainstream media. That cannot be possible. If she's saying this, she must be funded. So that also reflects our restriction in thinking, I think.
Since you mentioned dissent, you recall there was this phase 3 years ago, This is Paris, like put up a picture. So there was this trend on Twitter where, because some minister had put up picture, do you want to know? Sharda has no clue. Okay, I will try to TLDR this. Basically, a picture from a particular place in the north of India saying this is not Paris, this is so-and-so place. I mean, that is debatable. I'm not sure if it was actually not Paris, but that actually became a trend where people would actually put pictures from Paris or any of these places saying this is not Paris. And what that led to was a wave of dissent. And it was also a time when a lot of people were getting arrested for tweets. And so in these, sort of awry, funny memes, people were able to dissent. There was around the same time a movement in the US started by 2 youngsters called Birds Are Real, which was basically them trying to tell people that fake news and misinformation has reached such a stage now that people are even questioning if birds are real or somebody's conspiracy. And that was to just drive home this point that, look, we're in trouble right now, and we really need to sort of get our act together. And I think dissent is, it's hard to do, like you said, right? Social media is a beautiful place to dissent because it, in the form of dissenting through memes is how you actually protect yourself from FIRs.
I mean, also the problem is that there has been so much reliance on social media as a distribution method that more so TV channels, though this is not their primary distribution channel, have been going to social media to look at what will trend, what will get us TRP. And I think a classic case study, which I'm sure many of you have even studied, is the Sushant Singh Rajput death, his suicide, how it was amplified. And for months, all of us were consuming. Anybody who had a conspiracy was given a platform. But closer home in the south, just a few months ago, there was a truck driver from Kerala who was caught in Karnataka in a landslide in Karnataka. And there was a lot of pressure through social media in Kerala just spreading misinformation that Karnataka government is not doing enough. Because just to give you context, in Kerala, Congress is the opposition party and Congress is ruling in Karnataka. So there was a lot of pressure. Then Malayalam channels started picking up, Kannada channels started picking up. Under pressure, the state government put resources in places where they knew they couldn't find him. Finally, they found he was dead by the time but I'm saying all of this was orchestrated, which brings me to my next point, that none of this is organic anymore, right? There are people being paid. There is an entire ecosystem, an economy being run, content seeding as they call it. Somebody will make it go viral if you have a certain number of followers. If this is your reach, this is the amount you get. You have to tweet. It's like a proper agreement and contract. And you have been one of its latest victims, happily unaware. So for those who don't know, Sharda Ukra's interview with Karan Thapar, I'm guessing it is because of that, because she has repeated, she's been one of the few voices that has called out BCCI when it's been wrong. Demands for nationalism notwithstanding. And her latest interview with Karan Thapar, which I'll let you say what you said, made her go viral without her knowledge. And she was sitting in Assam, happily unaware, but she got trolled very badly. Tell us about that experience.
So I have no actual information about how badly I got trolled, because like I said, I don't have a Twitter account with my name on it, so nobody can attack me. They're throwing. So I did this interview with Karan Thapar. This is all this India, Pakistan, World Cup, Bangladesh, all the stuff that's happening. For all the other cricket fans in the room. Okay, so you know what's happening, right? So it's in connection, because everyone's looking at their phones. So in connection with this, I just said basically that the ICC is basically the Dubai office of the BCCI, because all the directions that are taking, which is it's just the most obvious thing to say because it's what's happening, but it just emerged. So because I was in Borbori, which is very far away from Guwahati, it's very far away from Nalbari, which is it's in that district. I was watching a community volleyball league, and I did this interview in someone's car, and with the air condition on because kids were screaming outside. They reached semi-finals or whatever, and then apparently I started getting messages saying, "Are you okay? I hope you're all right. We are with you." I was like, "What is happening?" I was in like a vacuum. I didn't know who had done this, what had happened. So people who I've had fights with about it send me messages. Then my friends are sending me, look, this is what they're saying, and they have such a sweet message. I had no idea. I was literally thinking. Then, of course, I went in my secret account and I saw everything. I said, "Acha, this is what it is." But I didn't see all the trolling because it was somewhere else. It was on the Wire. This came in the Wire. It was on the Wire's page. Now, so that's basically what happened. I got trolled. I was not traumatized because I didn't see anything. I have great respect for journalists who are themselves on social media and on this X and Twitter, and they get so much abuse, especially the women. So I have great admiration for them. But when anyone asks me, why are you not on social media? I said, free ki gali nahi khani hai mujhe. That's my basic response. My work is, I'm a very old-fashioned journalist. My work is as a journalism to sort of write. So like my friend says, on this panel that you're going today, are you going to talk about how you're going to keep your mouth shut? So I said, I don't think so. So basically that's what happened. And the other thing that's happening on social media, like it's sort of generating and directing where news is going, is what is called narrative control. So in this whole saga of BCCI, Asia Cup, whatever World Cup that's going on, you are seeing there are these 2-3 handles that are putting out messages that are sounding like, oh, it's great breaking news. They have all gone, the broadcasters are talking about it. But that is some Pakistani fellow who's being told by somebody to say that, look, the broadcasters are worried that we are not going to play India, so then they're doing. Then there's the contrary message going on that, no, we don't care. Now, we don't lose that much money, India, Pakistan. It's no big deal. We have gone to Milan, which they have, the BCCI and ICC guys. Like I said, same office. They've gone to, no, cancel that. They've gone to Milan for as they're part of the International Olympic Committees. They're a member of, the ICC guys have gone because cricket is going to be a part of the Olympic Games in Los Angeles 2 years later. That's what they're doing. They're like, we don't care, we don't care. So there is this whole narrative that is building. There are cricket accounts. I'm sure any of you follow the cricket accounts on... there are 2-3 cricket accounts which just write all this happy news about the Indian team. They're great, they're fantastic, it's superb. We're getting hammered, we've got beaten by New Zealand over and over and over again, but still we're fantastic. So they'll keep putting out these positive things. I'm sure everyone who knows who they are. I'm not taking names. So you've got, this is also, this I don't know, Twitter names that also handles. This is what is supposed to be a part of this, trying to build the story, trying to take control of the story. And these bichara websites, I don't work for Cricinfo anymore, but they are going bananas because they don't know what to follow. They don't know who to call. Because they'll call somebody, they'll get one version of this. Then they'll call somebody else, they'll get another version of this. So it's like they're constantly speaking to all kinds of, minders and ghouls. And this is cricket. This is not even like national interest, national security, war, nothing. This is just cricket. This is sport. So it's just insane. The same thing happened. I know it sounds that I'm saying is very frivolous and all of it. The same thing happens during the wrestlers' protest, which was actually serious stuff. The kind of stuff that came out about the women wrestlers, to the fact that they were being abused by all of them at a junior age, had been abused by a senior person in their federation, who is now out of it, who has a police case against him, and he and the sports minister have gone and inaugurated some event, and this has come on social media. So you could have seen that building in the same way. For them, their best athletes was nothing. It was just social media fodder whom they could throw under whichever bus they wanted to throw them under.
The reason I took this example is, if you've heard you speak, if you've seen her interview, you've said this lots of times before. It wasn't the first time, and I doubt it'll be the last time. And there was a reason they went after her with this kind of venom this time around, because it cannot be organic. It was started from certain handles who pay certain other people with vested interest, and that's where the narrative control comes from. It's a very delicate period. You know who heads cricket in India, who his father is, and we don't want trade, so we leave it at that.
Who heads cricket in the world?
World. Yes. Yeah, with small fries. But the fact is that everything is controlled. And when there are people who refuse to be controlled, then this is the kind of repercussion they are forced to face. You don't know and you don't care, but people have been paid to troll you. Feel flattered.
I should be flattered.
Yes.
You're giving jobs. At least somebody is.
You know, the way I imagine this, because like you said, right, what you've said, this is not the first time you said it. And it's also like an open secret. It's very widely known. I have a feeling that they have like this media room where they have these dashboards, like how newsrooms have dashboards, where you have Twitter, you're following, because I was told this by someone who's now a journalist on the other side, that, you know, they have a list. They're following everything that you tweet. And so some editors would actually send you your own tweets saying, do you not like your job enough for you to be tweeting these things? I was told by somebody, Jahangir Puri wale din, the whole day you were tweeting. And I had to actually explain, no, I was only retweeting. But apparently that is an issue, right? So they are tracking everybody's tweets, and then they pick and they go, can we do this? So I think because it feels organic, because it feels that mindless, that how is this being blown up? But I think they decide and they go, okay, listen, I think this has potential. Let us grow, let us make it into something bigger than what it is. And which is what happened.
At every time, after the 2023 World Cup, I wrote a piece on how the World Cup had been organized for the first time, which I believe very strongly, that the BCCI had been taken over. I did the piece in Caravan, and the headline of it was okay, it was a normal piece, whatever, something, Jai Shah. Nobody had written on Jai Shah, and it's not even like something that was, what's it called, libel or anything like that. So it says the BJP's control of cricket in India, so it has BCCI. So I thought it was a great headline because I come from tabloid journalism. I said, brilliant headline, but thoda jada, it's a little bit too much. And within the next 2-3 months, it's literally like they were standing up and saying, yes, this is what it is. Then they're showing you more and more examples. So I wrote a piece on that for Wisden. Wisden is now this big fat yellow book that comes out in England. It costs some 70 pounds or something. Nobody buys it here. Nobody reads it here. It's very, very popular. It's like the book of record for cricket. You know, so if whatever else happens, humankind will end, but Wisden's copies will still be there for the next generation of whatever species comes to take over the earth. So in that, somebody picked out that piece, and I think they put it on their website. And then that's what started becoming, because the headline was Modi Operandi, which was just, I thought, a killer headline. It's a great headline. But, and it's the same thing. Every time you do that, you get people going bananas again and said, who is this person? She's an irrelevant. If I'm irrelevant, then don't read. No, don't look. No. Then why are you bothering? What is the fuss? So you see the kind of triggers that are there that come about. And you're talking about things like I'm saying that are very obvious. I'm not saying anything new. I'm not saying anything great. You know, it's just there.
I was talking to a friend who now is on the other side, former journalist. And she was
How many?
Yeah, there's so many.
Explain to the children.
Yeah. So people who were journalists, but they've gone over to the agency side and are working as, I think the terms are very fluid, strategy, PR.
What is agency?
So again, these are very vague terms.
I said other side, I meant that they're not doing journalism anymore, but they're journalists by designation.
Yes. Yeah. So they call themselves different things: reputation management agencies, brand strategists.
Think tank.
Yeah, think tank. There. Lots of names, and you can fancy a new one every day. Why are you doing this to me? But it's very disheartening to see that it's a legitimate profession right now. And what they do is they sit and monitor news from credible journalists every day and think of strategies to counter it using falsehoods and make that go viral. And that's the problem with virality. It very seldom is anything to do with real facts. You need to sell. And I think as journalists, that's also a challenge we all face. It's not enough we speak the truth. We have to say it in a certain way. Or you can't counter it because they're saying it in such a captivating way. So have you had to curate? I know you don't care to curate. I'm not gonna. But have you had to curate your styles, tweak it perhaps, in a way that's more palatable for audience on social media?
That's kind of unfortunate, but I guess all of us have faced that, right? Especially for people who come from long form journalism, to be told that you need to now convert it into something snackable because people are not reading anymore. They're only going to see this on Instagram. So you put a carousel, you put, if it's, I write 2,000 word stories. How do I put them on a carousel? And so you see that now with some very good stories where you'll have the first 500 words of the story that are turned into picturesque sort of these carousels. And then all of us have done this where we say, link in the bio, read the full story. I don't think even 1% of that audience is reading the full story. They're only reading those first 500 words, which is, you just reached the nut graph. And then there's 1,500 words more of that story, which is all important stuff that people don't read. So we're all doing it because we want at least some portion of that story to reach our audience. I mean, all of us are, the one thing that we want is for our stories to be read by more and more people. So we'll do whatever it takes to sort of get there. It's something that reminds me, I don't know if this audience has seen this movie, The Artist, which is about the silent era actors, right? So every time I am told that you need to do more videos, you're doing 2 video shows at this point. It's all because you need to be more visible, and then the algorithm is going to pick you up, and then the distribution will be built. But there are so many accounts with 1 million followers at this point that are not getting the kind of reach that they were getting just 3 months ago. So the algorithm also keeps changing because Instagram, which is largely a news dissemination platform for most of us at this point, they want more and more people to spend more and more time on their app. And now the new thing that they have figured out to do it is through pushing smaller accounts. And so you will see a lot of accounts with a few thousand followers, but they're getting millions of views because the algorithm has changed. So we actually become slaves to the algorithm in trying to create something that is, like you said, curated, but it only works for so long. Ultimately, if your readership does not care to read the news, then you're basically all setting yourself up for failure.
So my friend, she ran a website on a cultural sort of lifestyle kind of a thing, and she said exactly the same thing. You're always trying to beat that algorithm. Saying it's so frustrating. You're trying to think of new story ideas, and we are sort of sitting here purely as journalism people and not PR, film, all the other important branches of communications. We're just sitting there and trying to say we are going crazy because the stories that have to be told are terrific. There are stories out there. I mean, all of us can walk out and come out with 8 different stories each in this corridor over here. That's like our training. That's like our nose. And so people are trying to beat this algorithm the whole time. They're trying to be this little snackable, digestible. They started saying this in Cricinfo at one point, then they said, no, please go. And I got very good golden handshake and I left. Because I could not have done this endless video nonsense of people saying, who is going to be in the semi-finals of the World Cup? How much, So that's the thing. It's fun when you're 16 years old. But when you're 36 and 46 and 56, you're going to say, stop it, I've grown up, let me move on to something else. And all of you will grow up, I promise you, youth is not forever.
All the rules keep changing too. You somehow cracked one thing, and in a month, that's no longer valid. You're obsolete, that skill of yours, right? So for example, at the Newsmint, what we do, we now publish 10,000, 12,000 word stories. I mean, I can imagine how many people read. We just get data on how many people click on it finally, but how many end up reading till the end is anybody's guess. So we've started, of course, we put a carousel, we put it on Twitter, thread and everything, but also we do this video, a 20-minute video with the reporter. You try to humanize it and then kind of hook them, draw them into reading the longer piece. I don't know when that will also stop working. That'll bring a few people more to the long piece. So how do you use social media to your advantage? I don't want you to give away your tricks of the trade, but just some things that you've tried and has worked?
I think that's why we thought of making this problem our solution. And that's why we thought that we'll create a platform that is only short form. No matter how much we don't want to do that, and no matter how much we want to talk more, we thought that we will limit ourselves to 60, 90, 120-second videos. Because if, as you said, if that's what it takes to give out important stories to younger people, people of this generation who don't want to read those longer form stories, to get them at least one part of that long form story through that 60-second, 90-second video, then that's doing some bit of disseminating that information and making that something that people eventually talk about. So even if they might not read the whole piece, I think the interviews that you do for 20 minutes, I've watched several of those, and for one or two of those, I might have not read the full story. But that interview has given me enough to be able to talk about that issue with my friends, to be able to talk about that as an issue that we should be caring about. So I think that's why we chose this as a route that, fine, instead of, because we were complaining about this problem for far too long while we were in TV, that, oh, these social media journalists keep getting views and everybody's only talking about them. We go on the ground and we do so many stories and we get like 100 views on YouTube. It's pathetic. So before, and at that time, it didn't used to matter so much because we were working with a company, so we weren't paid depending on the number of views, or our validation wasn't attached to that so much. But it started mattering when you become an independent journalist, because then you don't have that backing with you. So when that started happening, we realized that let's give in. And let's give into their format, let's give into their slick editing in their reels and shots, if that's what it takes to make boring news or to make boring stories something that they would finally watch. Or even if you're using hooky lines, the first 3 seconds are golden seconds. In those first 3 seconds, I hate to accept that sometimes we say things that are slightly sensationalist. And I hate to say it, but I won't say sensationalist. I won't put it in the TV category, thankfully. Attention grabbing, or something that, that might be opinionated. To make it sound, we'll start with a question. We will not make a statement. So it'll be a question to at least hook people to understand that we'll give you information so you can come up with an answer to this question. We will not give you the answer to this question. That's not our job. But in this video, we'll give you all the information you need. So that's why we gave in to the format, and that's why we started this platform. But I also wanted to come to one or two other points that were made previously. This platform and this short form news delivery that has started on Instagram and on YouTube these days by a lot of people who have not been trained in journalism. And while social media was seen as something that is going to democratize journalism, and everybody with a mic and a camera can become a journalist, citizen stories will be empowered, and so many stories which will never get a platform will finally be heard. And that's how it was initially seen. But I think now what it's becoming is people I say this with all due respect, but people who have not had any basic journalism training, calling themselves independent journalists in their bios, or claiming to be independent journalists, since that has become a thing. But to attach that word journalist gives you some trust and credibility. So when I'm watching something and they have the two words independent journalist in their bio, I'm somebody who doesn't care about the news. I know nothing, and that's fine. I mean, I have a life of my own, and I'm just watching a video and I go to his profile or her profile and I see this in their bio, so I'm likely to believe what they're saying, right? But they will run information that they have no means to verify. They have no training to verify. Even when we were talking about planted or inorganic stuff, you know how source-based information works. You have the same source-based information that every news channel is running, because the same source-based information is coming to all of them on the same WhatsApp group of the same party. Every party has a WhatsApp group, and they're all sending the same source-based, highly exclusive information on all these WhatsApp channels. So that's why you see it, the same thing everywhere. And recently this happened with the US-India trade deal on Twitter. It was all these accounts with the exact same tweets, same wordings, that India now has lesser tariff than these countries.
Vietnam,
same emojis, everything.
China, Pakistan.
Same, exact same order. At least make some effort to change the spacing a bit. Don't add new words, change the spacing, change the formatting, but none of that is done. So somebody who has not seen the inside of this will read a let's say, will read a source-based news story and will report it as it is, because they don't know how this is planted, because they've not been in that system. I've also very briefly been in it, so I have a very, very small idea. And if that idea has given me this sensibility to not run such a story, that I think should be differentiated between somebody who's a journalist and somebody who's not had that training, and they should call themselves commentators. And they should not attach that word to it, is what I think is a differentiation that's needed. And one last thing that I wanted to talk about on the trolling bit. Very recently, I watched a video of somebody had made a video on a video I did on these mist sprayers that have been installed in Delhi to control pollution. And we did a video on how in Delhi, there are all these good headline measures that have been put up, and they're spending money on things that don't actually reduce the problem, but they look good, they look fancy. You're at ITO and you're seeing mist around, so it makes you feel like they're doing something.
Very dreamy.
Very dreamy and misty, like the Niagara Falls, suddenly you're there, yeah. So we had done a video on that, and some fact-checking account made a video on that, and they ended up taking that video to this tangent that I interned with the Chief Minister's office in 2018 when I was in college. And that time it was Kejriwal who was the Chief Minister, so I worked for Kejriwal, which is why I'm now talking about pollution, and previously I didn't talk about pollution. Now, how do you even defend something like this, I want to ask, because how do you tell people that there are these public policy internships that everybody does with MPs, with chief ministers, with all kinds of ministers, because if you want to enter public policy or any such domain, like, do you even say such obvious things to defend yourselves? You don't then.
I am asked every time I talk about freedom of expression, freedom of press, democracy, where were you when Congress imposed emergency? Arey, I was not born. It's not my fault.
Technical limitations. No, but I'm also slightly optimistic, I think, because one of the good things about being influenced by the US is that sometimes inadvertently you are able to follow some of the good things that they are doing, because I think it's peaked over there. So brain rot has peaked in the US. People now, offline is the new cool, and people are seeking more offline experiences. So book talk is a thing. People are reading more books now. And in some ways, I think the one good that has happened from content creators writing books and having that distribution to create sort of like overnight bestsellers is that people are getting back into the habit of reading, or newer people are getting into the habit of reading. I know, and that is anecdotal of course, but I know people who are now either reverting to newspapers or people who have now realized that there's too much screen time that's happening. So in a bit to reduce their screen time and their doom scrolling, they are now subscribing to newspapers. And these are people in their early 20s. So, I mean, I think obviously the change is not going to come anytime soon, but there is a glimmer of hope.
I was recently speaking to a team at the Indian Express, and they said the same thing, that you won't believe, but our subscription numbers of physical papers are going up every year. And I couldn't believe that who's buying physical papers?
No,
People are buying e-papers, but it was bizarre for me to think that physical paper subscriptions are going up now.
Also, Blinkit does this, right? Like Independence Day, Republic Day, they had a tie-up with the Hindu, so they had the 1950, that 26 Jan issue, the very thick sort of double issue, and I paid some 700 rupees to get that. So yeah, papers are making a comeback.
Yeah, but even long form. Clearly people are reading. We went back to it recently, and I mean, we were initially blown away with how many people, and we cross-checked because we interact with the subscribers. You read the entire thing?
You know, sometimes they'll actually mention a line that's right towards the end. They're like, oh, this was great. And you're just like, you read till that point.
But just a quick, I mean, I think also I'm going to come to you guys for questions. So please, we'll just wrap this part and then we want to hear from you as well. One thing that's very important to differentiate between content creation and journalism. Just to quickly give an example, Dhruv Rathi also does explainers, so do I. He gets millions, I don't. But he does a good job. I'm not dissing him. But the fact is that he can take certain liberties with facts that I can't. The training as a journalist stops you from oversimplifying something or using... you guys know Dhruv Rathi? You watch his videos? Yeah? No, he does a great job. I have no qualms about that. But as a journalist, when he says something shocking, right? You were talking about how you start with some. So shock value works, and I love that. Modi operandi. So that's very shocking, right? You tend to want to read further. He does that in the video form, right? He'll say something very scandalous, very shocking as an opening line. And then you'll be like, what is that? We try that. But it's very difficult because of the training that we've had to oversimplify. You want to give the context, you want to state facts in the right degree, you don't want to exaggerate, not play it down. Do you somehow feel your journalism holds you back?
It's it's the opposite for me, because my first thing is tabloid. This is how tabloids act. This is what they do. They put out this big blaring headline. So I worked at Midday. Anyone here from Mumbai will know the paper. And we were literally fighting with Afternoon Dispatch and Courier, which is a rival. Someone had to buy the newspaper. There's a commuter who has to catch train. Midday's here, afternoon's here. Whose headline is more grabbable, they'll take the paper and go. That's literally what it had come. It was like that. And so you had these absolutely outrageous headlines you could just do. Then it would be just the normal following, who, what, where, whatever. And all the headline was the thing. So I completely get this thing of what the Dhruv Ratis of the world think that's fine, but you're like saying, no, we can't make that our headline. It's just a very tabloid way. It's an online tabloid way of it's clickbait, basically. That's all that it is.
And I think across formats, like tabloid, social media, even on television, when we used to write long-form video reports, the opening visual has to be the strongest. You'll have somebody crying in the opening visual. So somebody starts crying, you don't hand them a tissue, you zoom into their face. That's the training that we got in television. So I think it's across formats. And how you asked that sometimes you are not able to do as a journalist, which I was referring to in my previous answer as well. And I think one word that's missing a lot from these, from content creators sometimes is the word allegedly.
Supposedly.
Yeah, these words, there is no allegedly. If there is an ED probe against somebody, to isne ye kiya hai. If there is a case registered against somebody, so this has happened. So this person did this, that person did that. They just narrate it as a story. There's no, the police said this, like how we will attribute every sentence that according to the hospital authorities, according to the police. So instead of 60 seconds, our videos end up being 120 seconds because of these allegedlys and according to the police that we have to add. But we can't let them go, and that is our training. And not that we are complaining about it. That is our training that I believe differentiates us from people who have not had that journalism training. And that takes me back to my previous question. And as viewers, I think you should look for these words. When you are consuming news from a platform, you should see whether those platforms are using these words. Because if they are not, there is no way that they have convicted somebody before a court has. Like during the Delhi Red Fort terror attack, it was a terror attack which was eventually declared, I think, 2 days later. But I saw so many videos on the first day that the Delhi police has declared it a terror attack. They started calling it the Red Fort terror attack. It was looking like a terror attack, but you can't conclude it and start spreading panic among people. And then I watched another video that there's, during Operation Sindoor, there's high alert in these states, which means you should not leave your house, because that's what high alert means. Yeah, and these videos get millions of views. And the societal impact they're having is dangerous, right? You're not sending your child to school that day because some person on social media told you that this is what high alert means, when it really shouldn't affect your life in any way. Other than some extra barricading or checking while you're going somewhere. Other than that, it shouldn't affect you. But it's because some of those people don't know what they're talking about. The consequences are real. So if that's only limited to views or likes or virality, then it's fine. But the consequences sometimes are real.
I mean, we had a session with YouTube some time ago, and they said, you know, all these things allegedly or attributing everything to somebody. She said this, said sources. Apparently, it makes your script clunky. Clunky, yeah. So that's what they said. They said, keep it snappy, keep it short. I said, no, thank you. But the good thing is, if you're taken to court, it's that allegedly that will save you. So we'll
defamation case.
Yeah. My last question, how much of a role do platforms have in this? Now, anybody can get a verification tick, blue tick that would be given otherwise can be bought. So a so-called content creator, a journalist, everybody's put on the same platform. so that also confuses the audience, consumers, for a lack of better word, because they think everyone's the same, whether it's verified or it's not. So do you think it's time that all the platforms take more responsibility, like Twitter now does that thing where they put that this is propaganda of a certain genre. Maybe YouTube should also say this is fake news. Do you think that's a conversation we should have?
Now even grey tick accounts on Twitter are looking like parody accounts. You look at the White House's account, every morning there's a new joke at the White House account. And yesterday I read some French ministry account replying to a White House tweet, which also sounded like parody. So now if official government accounts have started sounding like this, I don't know what these ticks mean anymore.
I think the scary part is that it's almost like government is now communicating through social media, which is the scary part. You know, there's no sort of, it's like kids, no offense. It's like there are no serious adults in charge of any of the conversations that are going on. You know, there's no serious, like you're saying, are you sure you have put a tariff of this or that amount? No, he's doing something on his, in cricket, this is the most idiotic thing you will hear about cricket administration is, a whole bunch of WhatsApp, a bunch of journalists on a WhatsApp group, which I'm not a part of, they got this message from the ICC. It's like a full explanation. So you say, great, ICC statement. No, do not quote us. This is not to be quoted. Then why are you giving this to us from your official handle? So there's this sort of whole, like no one wants to take responsibility or pin their finger and say, I did this. It's just through this vague, who asked the Indian team to not shake hands with the Pakistani team? We still don't know. Some person must have gone and said, please don't shake hands. Order has come from so-and-so. Who is that person? I still have not found out the name. I've gone mad trying. I said, it is some manager, it is some administration, some Asian cricket. Does he have a name, family, Aadhaar card, blood report? Something must be there, no? It's like, whatever. There must be a blood group. There's some DNA he must have. No, what is his name? It has to be a guy. Nothing, we don't know this person. Who called him, who told who, nobody knows. But handshakes did not happen. So your thing saying that there is a complete lack of seriousness about everybody's sort of having fun on social media and saying that we'll run the world like this. And of course, these platforms have to be more responsible. And now you're seeing that Australia has put some kind of a, I don't know how they'll succeed, how it'll work, that kids below a particular age can't see social media, all of that. It should have been there much earlier. There should have been a check on hate speech. There should have been a check on all these things. But Bezos and all wanted to buy their 500, or whoever those guys are, Zuckerberg wanted to buy his 500 yacht or whatever it was. So it just ran riot, and now we are at this particular point. It should have been a long time ago. You looked at it and said you knew that this hellstorm was coming. You know, when you saw it, that there was no way it's going to become unstoppable.
They clearly have the support of it. I mean, the truce between India and Pakistan was announced on social media. The tariffs were announced on social media. These are life-altering announcements. It happens all on social media.
And then they don't even match each other. The Trump's
Never
announcement
done.
on the trade
Trump
deal is
has
something else.
started a
ours is
new,
something
different world we are still making sense of. So.
Trump is in the Epstein is also announced on social media by Musk. So every important announcement is on Twitter.
The thing with platforms, it's like we should have clean air as well. We are entitled to clean air, but we don't have it, and that's the reality that we live in at this point. Platforms, Meta, when they realized, before they became Meta, when they realized Instagram was turning into this place where Gen Z at least was turning to for news, they set up a fact-checking unit, which was laid off a few years ago. Twitter's entire fact-checking team was laid off a few years ago. Platforms, the only incentive that platforms have is their answerability towards advertisers, because that's where they get their revenue. Platforms will only act if governments tell them to act. Governments, unfortunately, are telling them, remove this one's tweet, because that is not in my party's interest. If you have a situation like an EU, right, for instance, where governing bodies actually come together to think of the larger good of the people, that is where platforms learn to get their act together. And look at the amount of fine Meta, Google, Amazon, all the big tech companies have paid because of EU acting. If other nations were to act in the interest of people, platforms will also act in the interest of people. But at this moment, platforms act in the interest of advertisers.
On that very optimistic note, let's open up for questions. I would request you guys to identify yourselves and keep your questions short and refrain from statements and opinions, please.
Hello, ma'am. I have two questions.
What's your name?
Rajarshi Mukherjee.
And what are you studying?
I am a BA Journalism and Mass Communication student, second semester. I have two questions, one for Shefali ma'am and one for Sharda ma'am. So, to Shefali ma'am, according to you, what would be an emerging technology which can reshape Earth in the next 5 to 10 years, which we are not aware of right now?
What makes you think I will be aware of it?
As a journalist.
Could you repeat that question?
Any upcoming technology, any upcoming thing in the tech that we as a common citizen are unaware of, but not like giving attention to it, maybe like that, but that can like be a boom in the next.
That's a good question. I'll ask you a question that will help you probably answer your question. What is the one thing that you wish the internet could solve for you on a day-to-day basis?
Maybe
traffic. If you're from Bangalore.
No, I'm from Calcutta. I'm not. Corruption?
I think we all want to outsource our decisions to someone else. We want to outsource thinking because we're just clobbered by too many things at this point. Is that something that you feel, I wish somebody else could do this for me? I wish somebody else could decide this for me?
No, I mean, if I'm like self-dependent, that's not the thing.
Okay, so my guess is that rich people in the Silicon Valley are currently working to make products that will replace our sentience, that will basically outsource thinking to machines, so that we have to do less, but more worryingly, so that we have to think less. Now, maybe they're tired of thinking and they don't want to think anymore and just live a comfortable life. The worrying part is that they extrapolate that and they superimpose that on everybody else in the world. Unfortunately, not all of us are done thinking. But yeah, that is the technology that will likely come, which will replace what it means to be a sentient being.
Thank you, ma'am. One question to Sharda, ma'am. In your journalistic decade of 30 years, what was a moment which gave you goosebumps? That one sports moment?
Abhinav Bindra. Abhinav Bindra. Gold medal. Yeah. Abhinav Bindra.
Did that moment change anything in your journalistic ability?
No.
That remained the same.
It was a goosebump moment because of what it was an Indian sport, but I was the journalist that. Yeah.
She'll go first and then it's you.
Yeah, good morning everyone. My name is Orusi and my question is to Priyanshi ma'am. First of all, I would just like to tell you that me and my friends, we have started to make this habit of sitting down and updating ourselves on current affairs. And Peak TV has been one of our favorites. So thank you for the content. And one thing that struck us was the Delhi Safdarjung and the AIIMS hospital issue. So I just wanted to ask you something along the lines of short form journalism. So my question to you is that does short form journalism kind of democratize marginalized, or let's say in the issue that we were talking about, the Safdarjung issue, do you think short form journalism democratizes the marginalized or low income households and their voices, or is it giving a platform for privileged storytellers, faster tools to speak about them? And I just want to know your opinion, as in your in terms of your lenses, as to how you see, how you view this through Peak TV. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being viewers. I think it's definitely the former, because most of the stories that we have done till now have been stories that didn't make primetime news. And that's the thing about television and about possibly newspapers as well, that you possibly don't get the front page or headline, or you will not get the prime time slot for a particular story. But on Instagram, every story is a prime time slot. There is no slot, there is no front page. If you're doing 5 stories a day, whichever is the best or whichever people want to watch the most, it will go viral, quote unquote. It doesn't have to be posted in a certain slot, or you don't have those reserved spots, right? Those coveted front page headlines or those coveted primetime issues. So you can have 5 different primetime issues in one day, which is why we raise issues that are both quote unquote raised by the privileged storytellers, and also that get buried somewhere in the headlines. And few of our first stories that we reported, one I remember was a man who died in Delhi cleaning a manhole, while we are manual scavenging free, of course, for the last few years. But that's still happening in the national capital. Earlier it was happening in villages, so chalo tab to we weren't caring about it, but it happened in the national capital. And that was one story that wasn't a front page, it was a headline, and that's where we picked that story up from the Indian Express, and we went on ground to report it. But it wasn't the front page headline, it wasn't primetime news anywhere. So I think on social media you enjoy that luxury of not being bound by those structures. And the other thing that you mentioned, that you using our platform, or you are being on it, watching stuff to become more informed. And that was the whole idea, that a large part of our generation stopped consuming the news altogether because of these issues, because television was unconsumable for them, or they didn't have the time to read newspapers. So many of my friends said that they don't consume the news because of this format issue. And that's when we thought that we want to, the primary idea wasn't just to give news to people who are already consuming it, but to bring back some people who've left it entirely. Because even though you might have left it, or you might think that you're apolitical, this doesn't matter to you, you will vote every 5 years, right? And that vote should have some information that guides that vote. So that was the primary idea, and I'm glad that we're able to deliver a bit of it to you guys. Thank you.
Just a quick note, there's nothing called apolitical. Even if you're not interested in politics, you cannot still be apolitical. In my mind, that's a myth. So might as well get on board.
Yeah, you're either political or you're privileged. Yeah.
I mean, what you're breathing is politics, what your college fee is politics, your hospital, everything is political. So you can't afford to be apolitical.
Hello, my name is Bhumika. Pardon me if this is an irrelevant question, but I just wanted to know your opinions as journalists. So we see a lot of these political parties, be it the party in power, be it the opposition party, their content is very Gen Z coded, right? For a lack of better word, it's very vengeful content, and they keep up with the trends, with whatever is going on in the country. So how does that influence as a source for journalists, or like when it comes to reporting?
You want to take it?
So I'm told that even they're struggling with it, because politicians are not Gen Z, but people advising them are. So they use words that don't come natural to them. And it's terrible. Somebody said somebody should have hesitated. So, no, but I mean, I appreciate if their intent was to reach out to the younger generation, because I do, like I said, I think everybody should be political in any which way they want to be. So if the result of that is to engage with more young people, I'd welcome it. But what's happening is they're just using a certain language that doesn't come naturally to them, and it's just all over the place.
Yeah, I think for Gen Z, just to make some content Gen Z, they really push through some words which no Gen Z talks like that. They're not conversational words. I mean, I don't think you guys talk like that. I'm also Gen Z. I shouldn't say you guys. Technically, I'm Gen Z also. So I don't think anybody talks like that. So
No, I'm just saying their vengeful language, when you said, is that what they're trying to they're trying to stoke people's anger, or what? Okay. So, Okay, okay, something. Okay, okay, okay. So I understand. I don't think journalists. I don't think journalists
You're
take
talking
that.
about the format or the language used? I'm a little unsure.
Oh, okay.
It's like that. So like, I'm not sure. On the top of my head, there's this audio. I'm a very bad singer, but the she knows audio that goes, and then it was a clip of. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to
Doesn't
take
matter.
names.
No, you can say anything.
But it was a clip of Priyanka Gandhi talking about the Epstein files and yada yada yada.
Okay, okay, like that. Okay,
Yeah.
now I get it. So finally, I've like found the frequency. No, so you're saying how do we? That's not actually a source of information if you're doing a story. That's just you're looking at it and say, okay, this is what they're trying to do. Maybe you want to speak to the people who are behind it and saying that what's the kind of response that you're getting? Are there more young people that are responding to you? That's the story rather than whatever the information is. So this is marketing rather than journalism that they're trying to do using a journalistic or using a social media platform. So you don't take that seriously as much as you take what's behind it, what's driving it, so on.
And sometimes it goes very, I mean, it takes the vengeful stance far too. The recent video that the Congress posted, I think, of that AI video of PM Modi with Epstein and then dancing in Israel. So these AI videos that go on both sides, by the way, it's no one side, but I think there's now no limit to what political handles can do for their viralable short form content in terms of what they can say, what they can show, the kind of videos, images. So while they talk about putting some control on the digital rules that are going to come in to put some control on digital content creators, there should be some control on what these handles can put out as well.
I just wanted, because all of are young people. So now you know how the word anti-national is used, is thrown about, everybody's called. So I had someone, I'm now talking about the 1980s, right? I had someone who was in politics, someone from our family was in politics, and he said, you know, we go to parliament. This is like Lok Sabha Modan Raj. So we go to parliament, we can call anybody, each other, all kinds of names. You can accuse them, make allegations. He said the one word we do not use, the one insult we do not use on each other is the word anti-national. Because to us, all of us are here, from whatever party we come, we are working for the country as a whole. That's one word we do not call each other. We can call each other anything except that. So look at how the vocabulary has changed over these last so many years, and you're looking at it and says, how dare you call me an anti-national? You call someone else who's asking questions of the government anti-national. You know, so the vocabulary of politics, the way it communicates, and when it comes to sort of independent journalists, there's a little funny story to tell. So Amu Joseph, it's her phrase, by the way. So there's a very senior journalist, Amu Joseph, one of the earliest women journalists in the country. She was tired of saying, I'm a freelance journalist. So she coined this phrase, independent. And I thought it was a great phrase, because every time you say freelance, everybody thinks you're working for free, which you're not. You know, so that's where independent journalists comes from.
Everybody's response got me thinking. Your question actually has a lot of layers to it. One is just how you're packaging news in a curated, snackable format, which is also something like the headline modi operandi, right? It's wordplay. It's something that is catchy, that catches attention. We all use references of the times that we are in so that people are able to relate more, and it's also for retention, right? Because your brain also catches, joins dots, and then you retain things more. The worry with the current format is that sometimes people start to choose, like how she was saying, right? You have to figure out what are the important things that need to be sort of broadcast. So sometimes the selection gets determined by, oh, can this be turned into a meme? And that's a worry. And then will you not report something because it cannot be memeified? And the other worry is also that the power of a meme is that it is universal. Once your video is out there or your image is out there, anybody can actually use it to reinterpret anything. And so, you know, this is Paris, when that becomes a means of dissent. There are other times where something, a picture that has been put out in a certain context, with a different caption can just become something totally different. And that is something none of us have control over. Those are the times that we live in. So, yeah.
I think we can get one last question in. I'll leave it to you to decide.
Hello, ma'am. My name's Tanoy Sengupta. I'm a master's student here for multimedia communication. Prior to this, I worked in sports news for about 4 years. My question's for Sharda, ma'am. So oftentimes you will hear people say things like, oh, sports journalism is not real journalism. And I would like to know your thoughts on the matter.
Fans with typewriters. That's what they call us. Yeah, they call us fans with typewriters because we all come into sports journalism as fans. You can't be a sports journalist if you're not a fan. I mean, I keep joking, there's a very oft-repeated joke, excuse to anyone who heard it before. Like, no one goes into any other political reporting or general reporting because they're a fan of oil and natural gas, so that's their beat. You don't do it. So, but in sports, you have no other option. You start out as a fan. Yeah, and you I'm so happy that joke went down well. Best laugh so far I've ever got from it. You go in as a fan, you go in a fan of athletes, of sports and all of it. And then as you grow older, so you're half the time you're like, oh, this is fabulous, this is great. He's a great cricketer, so he's a great human being, he's a great person. How many times have you read things, he's a great human being? Please beware of those phrases about an athlete says, and he's a really great human being. No, we don't know. Because he has not been pushed into checking his great human beingness yet. So we all do that. In our 20s, we all are fans. We are looking up to them. We are dazzled. As we get older, you see sport differently. And in my case, what I discovered is that after some time, all your heroes just have feet of clay. They're made of tin. They're great athletes, but the rest of them is a little bit hollow. And they're superb, and you're watching them, and you're just like swept away by their athletic greatness and all of it. But as you grow older, you realize it's the sport you love more than the athlete. So everyone calls it fans with typewriters, but there's ways of doing sports journalism in so many ways. You can write a profile of an athlete that is fully hagiographic and because he's done something incredible on the field. You can write a profile of that athlete in a different way 10 years from now if he turns out to be a jerk talking nonsense. So you have the capacity to write about policy, about grassroots sports, about governance. So that has completely changed over the last 20 years because when I came into sports journalism, all you were doing was interviews and news reports. But sports journalism has widened. The base of it is incredibly broad. You can do so many things. You can look at it differently. You can work in sport and not be a journalist, but work in sport. So there's many ways. The field has really expanded. So
I think we're completely out of time. Do we have? No? Okay, not on me.
Ma'am, namaste, ma'am. I'm a research scholar in DLHS. I have 2 questions, ma'am. Like many English news channel media houses, along with a few Kannada news platforms, appear to quickly interview a whistleblower who was later alleged to have been influenced by certain individuals opposed to the Dharmasthala case. To what extent do you think political or ideological pressures may have shaped media narratives and contributed to attempts to defame Dharmasthala at an international level? In contrast, why was there relatively little media attention or urgency in the case of Changur Baba? Why are Indian and international media outlets focusing extensively on Gaza, largely driven by social media discourse, while the suffering of voiceless minorities in East Pakistan under the Yunus administration receives far less attention? Do such selective responses suggest that news channels may sometimes prioritize social media virality over journalistic scrutiny, thereby risking public trust?
Who's this question for?
Anyone, ma'am.
No, I think we still don't know enough about Dharmasthala to say this way or that. And as a journalist, I can tell you that what is being reported is also just the beginning. There will be more coming, so don't draw your conclusions just yet. And your second question was, you said disproportionate. In fact, I think there isn't enough attention given to Gaza, given the kind of horrific crimes that have been committed there. It isn't enough, is what I think. So yeah.
I'll just add to that something that I was thinking about this morning, and I was telling Kanchan about this as well. somebody said something very interesting to me about reading the papers and how when so many of us get our news from different platforms, right? Reading the papers is the only way to beat the algorithm. Because maybe you think that there is disproportionate coverage because that's how the algorithm works, right? You saw one thing and then the algorithm thinks that that's your interest bucket, and for the next few days it'll keep feeding you that, and you think that's the only news that's out there. That's because it's coming to you as opposed to you going to seek the news. And in our time, when we were growing up, because there was one single screen, we all used to watch. If Sujata is coming, we're all watching Sujata. Upkar is coming, we're all watching Upkar or Sholay, and so on and so forth. And then it came to the serials, right? So there'll be like 9 to 11, all these serials, somebody is watching. It was unfortunately me at that time. But other people in the household would also know what's happening in all of these shows, even if they're not intentionally watching it. That is what reading the papers is, where there are some headlines you just browse over, then there are other stories that are of your interest that you read, but eventually you know that you get like a holistic coverage as opposed to thinking that there's disproportionate coverage because that's all that you are seeing. So maybe seek news as opposed to sort of, it coming to you.
I think that the same issue that exists with primetime news, sometimes picking up stories that are completely out of touch with reality, that sometimes if you tune into a channel, you feel like this is the most important thing that you could find to discuss. That's similar on social media. Sometimes I open my Twitter in the morning and the most trending 3 news pieces that you get in the trending section of Twitter, just one person's tweet has become news that day, trending news that day. One politician's tweet has become trending news, or some celebrity did something and that has become trending news. So I think that these similar silos exist on social media as they existed on television to make them look like they're out of touch from reality and issues that need to be talked about.
So one of the things that started to happen, say, in 2010, 2014, around the time, is that the way the news was presented to us, as in what was going to be the main headline of the day, you started getting phones from TV channels saying, we want to talk about this cricket thing. So I used to go and talk and I used to be happy. Then after some time I said, is this the most important news that should be the lead news at 9 o'clock? That some cricket thing has happened, that some BCCI thing has happened when some train has crashed, or there's been some terrible, some scandal has gone on in parliament, or whatever it was. Particularly in the last, say, maybe under this government, you can call me biased, I don't care. And that you're seeing that all kinds of meaningless and pointless news is the main news headline. So you're looking at Sushant Singh's news being pushed out every day on the TV. You're looking at every time cricket becomes a big headline, I say, listen, I'll come and talk about this at 7:30 sports news, 9 o'clock sports news, I'm not coming to talk about it. Because it's literally, you're seeing it that you are feeding the beast in that sense.
Hi, my name is Astha. I work with a community radio station in Uttarakhand, and we broadcast to 700 villages, 3 lakh listeners. Now, my question is that very often in the larger picture, where the competition has become of one's prime time or one attention or oneness, which India has never been, will never be. And perhaps a lot of journalism actually missed the possibility of working on small level at a broadcast way in which communication can be two-way, where my headline is more relevant to where I live. And that gives us agency. So what do you think that in the larger scheme of things, this centralization of news is also going to change the way we look at ourselves? And how is it possible for journalism to decentralize linguistically, perhaps make it more local and rooted so that it has more meaning and merit for its own?
I think there's more of that is happening now through smaller sort of channels, network, which is what YouTube and Instagram and Twitter also are able to give you. They've given people the power to tell their own stories, that our story is the most important story because it's happening here. So Kabarli area is like the biggest example at this point in time, but there are other little pockets that are also there. So you'll see more and more people having the confidence to do it. We have a journalism, a network of women that are in Indian media. They have a summit every year, and women come from everywhere. They come from Chhattisgarh, they come from, there's a, so there's a Dalit journalist who runs, Mook Naik, who runs her own her own handle, a website, internet platform, news. So it's there. It's happening in a small way, and that's why large news organizations find themselves scrabbling for attention and interest, and they're just looking at this A1 creamy layer, whatever thing that they look at.
all the time, but they're struggling because elsewhere attention has moved. I assume, I hope it's moved in a way, even in sports reportage, you'll see that it's kind of fragmented and it's become decentralized in that sense. Yeah. I don't know if this.
And hyperlocal news is growing. Can also be seen how mainstream channels are now growing into so many regional channels. NDTV earlier only had Hindi and English. Now they have NDTV Chhattisgarh. Now they have NDTV Rajasthan. Now they have NDTV MP. Different channels for different states. So that tells you that they're also saying that hyperlocal is, they will not get into anything unless they see revenue potential in it. So they're seeing that, and they're seeing these hyperlocal platforms growing. That's why they're getting into it. So I think that's the biggest proof that this is a sector that's growing for sure.
No, but News Minute was born out of the fact that the South was not just getting enough space. We got enough space, but it was all from a Delhi prism, right? Although it is an entire region, but what we do is, though we have presence in, we make sure that as much as possible, our contributors are, from local areas, not someone who's just been brought in from Delhi or Bombay to cover an issue. And we also engage with local. We tie up for every election, every big issue, we tie up with local, or Muknaik is one, but so many like that across the country. So we don't pretend to be experts in everything, so yeah. I don't know how much more time we have for questions. If you can give me some direction. 2 more? Okay, absolutely 2 more questions and that's it. 1 and 2.
Ritika here.
Okay, one of you will not get your turn.
Okay, my question is, so most of the media houses are owned by political parties and there's no credible sources. So can you give me any credible sources that we can trust?
Can I do my self-plug News Minute?
And Peak TV.
No, I would say most independent news organizations are far more credible than corporate-run, political-run news organizations today. Most of them. So many of us here, but there's Wire, there is, can I say News Laundry? That's also a little bit of Western interest. But there are so many. Also go regional, don't forget. Regional channels know what they're talking about.
I think even in national newspapers, the Indian Express and the Hindu are still those that you can follow. So you should just know that it's not all bad. Everybody keeps saying journalism is dead, journalism is dead. It's very much alive. You just choose to sit around the corpses. I don't know.
Thank you.
The young man in the front, please. Okay, then quick, if you can keep it short, we can sneak 2 quick questions. Just get up and be loud. I'm sure we can hear you.
Okay, so there was this question that was recently answered by Ian Bremmer. And the question was, who's the next global superpower? So he kind of went into talk about how USA would be the power for military and security, and there's India and China for the economic order. But his answer essentially was that these tech platforms would dominate the digital order, and they would essentially be the next superpower. So considering that these tech platforms are the major medium for news dissemination, what does that mean for journalism in the future?
So tech platforms have distribution. They are not superpowers. They still have to work under governments, which is why you see them giving gifts to the president or going for their random ass parties. Tech platforms are literally slaves to the governments that they operate under. What was the question that you had asked?
It was a prediction that the next global superpower would not be a country, it would essentially be tech giants, because they dominate the digital order.
They're just labor. Tech platforms are labor. They're working for the presidents and the Putins of the world. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Arman Sundrani. I'm from Journalism Mass Communication 2nd semester. My question is to Sharda ma'am. Now, because of social media in the sports industry, my perspective comes from football. It can be football, IPL. There are a lot of rumors, like transfer rumors or player rumors. So what does a journalist do with that? Do they dig more into it, or they just gonna go with facts?
See, you would like to go with facts. Football transfers is like it's like a little subculture by itself. So even ESPN, which I worked for, which you would think ESPN responsible, any football, I can say now whatever I want. any football reporter standing and say, it is rumored that this is going. Is it or is it not? And they run these headlines of football transfers that are happening. So and so is going to sign with so and so, and fans get all excited. And then of course he doesn't sign; he goes to a third club. So I think take the football transfer rumors absolutely at face value just for entertainment. Because at the end of the day, the result will come, that there's a deadline, that whatever, it's that transfer window deadline is there, it'll come, you'll know who will go where. Nothing is going to happen to the club in those 6 or 8 days or 2 weeks or whatever that's there, the transfer window. It's just hawa, they're just building hawa. Either trying to get, Indian football is of course in an absolutely bad state, so you don't have to worry about that, those stories at the moment. We have driven it into the ground. But international football transfers is just wait for the last day, then all the signings will come nicely. And as a journalist, if you're going to jump on that bandwagon, people will not take you seriously because they say, yesterday you said this and tomorrow you're saying this. You've changed your mind. So ideally, you should not get onto that. And it's very exciting and people do it and whatever, but there's more fun ways to report on football than transfer rumors.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for a conversation that was sharp, honest, and refreshingly real. I now like to invite Dr. Swati Shivanan to hand over the mementos to the moderator and the panelists.
Now, the next segment is very special because it belongs to voices that are still finding their rhythm.